17th century racism, by the way. But like, that was the funny thing about Elizabeth Warren, is that she's a white woman who was like, oh, I'm native. I'm indigenous. Okay. And as a white woman, you know, the I think it was a Fordham Law Review that wrote that, like, she was Harvard's first female of color professor in the Harvard Law School, which was crazy, right? Like, that in like 1992, by the way. Holy shit, these institutions are so fucking white. But like, but like, that was the joke, because she's white. Kamala Harris is like, she's actually black and Indian. Her mother is Indian, or of Indian descent, and her father is Jamaican, a black man. So, like, it's not like she's white in claiming these things. Like, there's a difference in these situations. Like, everyone can see her. Do these guys think everyone can't see her? What is going on? Like, do they think people just like close their eyes and go, la la la? No, you don't understand it, brother. She ain't black. Like, this is one of those things where you can check with your eyes. Like, you can just look at it and go, yeah, no, that's a black woman. Like, she didn't magically become a black woman overnight. That's not. This makes no sense. What the fuck? Yeah, these people would be like, these people's brains would break at the concept of like an Afro-Latino person. You know what I mean? They would be like, what are you? What? You mean to tell me you're both Mexican and black at the same time? Hold on now. No, there's only one thing. South of the border, you're Mexican. Brazilians are a different kind of Mexican. But you can't be black at the same time. You can be black, which means African American. Think of how many jobs a Mexican black man can take from us. I don't want to think about it, brother. It scares me. The mere thought of it all. The mere thought of it all brings a shiver down my spine, brother. I hate that.
I think it's like 25%, maybe.
Well, you know, and a lot of
a lot of black Americans.
A lot of the mainstream media is making fun of us when.
No, like, not 25%. Like, no, she's just straight up, like, her dad is black. What the fuck? Bro, what? Yo, that's weird, man. What are you doing? Why are you being such a dork? This is crazy.
We say things like that, and I want to just address that, because of course people can have various races and be mixed. I'm mixed. We're all of us have different mixes. That's
What is she mixed with? I bet she means she's Italian and German.
That's life. That's America. We're all from different countries. We have different cultural backgrounds. Somebody can have two different backgrounds, but here's the thing. You don't pander to one race and one background and say, and then you exploit that and you use that for your own gain versus using it as the truth and saying, well, here's my mother is this, my father is this is my background, my husband is this is who I am, and I want to be there for all Americans. No, she's not doing that. She's doing the opposite. And that's what I.
Wait, what do you mean? When was she like, I'm here just for black people? Yo, fuck the Indian Americans, or fuck white Americans. I'm only here for black people and black people only. She says she did that. She's like, she came out and she was like, I'm black. I'm a black woman. And the only people I care about are black women and black women only. Nobody else. You feel me?
I think it's making people upset.
You talk to so many African Americans who support President Trump, and they're opposed to her policies.
Right. They don't like
They don't
that.
think she's looking out for their interests, which she's not.
Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff from the Republican Party.
Strong woman. I am a strong woman, a mom, a lawyer, and an American.
Alina Habba, you'll never make me. They'll never make me hate you. Okay.
And unlike you, Kamala, I know who my roots are. I know where I come from. And I don't play around with the Constitution.
It's pretty funny that she fucked up the Trump trial big time. RGB lawyer. She's mixed too. Mom, lawyer, and Mexican. I think she's Lebanese too. Yeah. Kamala's dad is the GOAT. This is way too strange of a meme for anyone that is not anyone that's not participating in like the first 10 minutes of the broadcast where I talk about my personal news is going to look at this and be like, what is this thing that you have made? Okay. Like, you have to be a My Hero Academia fan, and you have to know who Kamala Harris's father is, what his background is. Kamala Harris's father is the first person here, okay? He's a Marxist economist at Stanford University. Then you need to know who Yanis Varoufakis is, who is also another Marxist economist, former Greek finance minister, and HasanAbi, friend of the show. Like, what an insane meme that would never exist in any other context. Like, they're just not, like, even people who are invested in the lore of this broadcast and know My Hero Academia will be like, I don't understand what this was. Habba is 100% Iraqi. Wait, really? She's from Iraq? I thought she was Lebanese. The way she just like, nah, I don't believe that. She exhibits a lot of Phoenician tendencies, if you know what I mean. People from the region understand what I'm talking about. Okay? She's the type to be like, I'm Phoenician. I'm not Arab. You know what I mean? She's giving white Lebanese. She's actually Assyrian. She's Iraqi Catholic. Her family left in the 80s. Oh.
Kamala Harris would be the most anti-American energy president that we have ever had. She's pledged to ban fracking. It's on.
Hey, chill, bro. Come on. We Phoenicians catching strays. It's just a very specific type of person from Lebanon that says, like, I'm not Arab. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
On video, you can go look it up. When you fill up your tank at the gas station, maybe you should send a bill to Kamala Harris.
As J.D. Vance on the road there, pressure from Republicans trying to expose cracks in the Harris campaign as a resurfaced clip of her promising to ban the energy supply differ from her message today, which could leave her vulnerable in a key battleground state. Hillary Vaughn live on Capitol Hill with more on that today. Hillary, nice to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Bill. Well, Vice President Harris's presidential campaign insists she will not ban fracking if she becomes president. But that is exactly what she promised to do the last time she campaigned for the job, promising Americans in 2019, quote, "There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." But when she joined the ticket as Joe Biden's VP, she adopted his position, moving to the center on the issue. Harris's campaign today insists she has had a change of heart on the issue forever, saying, quote, she would not ban fracking. We caught up with some Democratic senators facing fierce re-election bids in battleground states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, where fracking is a key industry, and tried to ask them about Harris's old campaign promises. She very clearly, when the first time she ran for president, said she wants to ban fracking. Now she's reversed it when she needs to win your state.
She's the vice president in an administration that has contributed greatly to our development of new energy sources.
Do you think that Harris is pretending to be someone that she is not?
I do not.
Why is that?
Wait, what do you mean? Democratic senators confronted on Kamala Harris and they just give like the most normal answers. I thought there was going to be more drama here. Damn, they are fucking trying, dude. The desperation is viewable from where I'm standing. I can see it. It's like, no.
If she said she wanted to ban fracking and now she says she won't ban fracking.
Naslit the Savior. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs.
We do it. Senator? She has promised to ban fracking.
Wow.
Now she's saying she won't ban fracking. Is she pretending to be someone she is not?
My focus is on my state and my work. I've endorsed Vice President Harris. I said I don't know what she said on fracking. I'm working in my state and all of the above energy policy.
She said it on live television in 2019.
Mr. Schumer has not been particularly...
We gotta go. Now, Bill, both Brown and Casey served with Harris during her time in the Senate, but it seems like her time in the White House as VP is enough to convince them that if she is in the Oval Office behind the Resolute desk, that she will not go back to her old beliefs. Bill?
Points for trying, Hillary, like Olympic points there, right? And we got to go.
97 days until election, baby. 97.
Kamala Harris flipping her.
Judge Janine, Kamala Harris seems to forget she's in office. Judge Janine is here to put on a clinic. A clinic about what, mind you? Civility. A clinic on how to present yourself. Judge Janine is literally like the one person that is more visibly barred out than Kamala Harris used to be as the vice president, running around smiling and shit. Okay? Like, you are not allowed to blast Kamala Harris when you're always out of your mind. You're so angry and slurring your words because you're Judge Janine. Yeah, the only clinic she should be fucking signing up for is rehab.
Her stance on some top issues. The vice president claiming at a rally that she's actually tougher on the border than Trump.
Donald Trump.
Yeah. By the way, this narrative deserved line of attack from Republicans. Okay. Yeah. I told you this was going to happen yesterday, and they're already fucking clamping on this shit. And they should. It would be stupid for them not to. Okay.
Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been talking a big game about securing our border, but he does not walk the walk.
Is Harris doing everything you feared? Yes. Yes, she is. She is. She came out in front of a Georgia audience, predominantly of young and old black Georgians, and said, and got them to cheer for a right-wing anti-immigrant policy, claiming that she was going to be far more aggressive on the border than Donald Trump, who doesn't take the border issue seriously. Okay? It is so bad, and it spells trouble. It spells trouble for Kamala Harris in general, but more importantly than this election cycle, it spells trouble for America's future as we are bouldering towards a fascist future at an alarming clip, at an alarming rate. Just like you're bouldering towards the top of the hour ad break at an alarming rate when I serve it to you at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You will get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Capitulating the right-wing framing on the top of the hour is not the right way to avoid the ad breaks, but getting gifted a sub if you're lucky is. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Or as my friend Quavo would say, he does not walk it like he talks it. And when I am
Course, I thought maybe she would do that, but I was fearful that they would call her a woke socialist Marxist, much worse than Joe Biden, and that she would immediately get scared and turn around and recenter her focus to the political center, or what they think is the political center. Trump is speaking of Pennsylvania, by the way, as Harris dares him to debate. I just want you guys to understand. I mean, I don't want to go through another Trump speech. Okay. The fucking craziest thing that could have ever happened at a Trump speech already happened. And now all of those other speeches, you're just like, we already nutted one time. You know what I mean? We're just not going to nut again in the same way. Your concerns on Kamala basically echo a 2008 Obama rerun? No, it's worse than that, because Obama in 2008 was still uncompromising when he was running. He, of course, immediately switched his positions as soon as he assumed the office. But when he was running as a progressive champion, whereas Kamala Harris is not done running yet, and she already is retriangulating her campaign positions at a time when the only thing that was good about the Biden reelection was his unyielding support for a progressive agenda in terms of the economy. Okay? No matter what happened, he just kept sticking to the message. He was not a good messenger, and he barely could stick to the message. He would flub quite a bit, but the message was still there. He was like, no, we're doing rent caps. Fuck you. Whereas Kamala Harris, fearful, exhibiting that old school Democratic Party instinct, is, I am afraid, going to immediately fucking retriangulate and act like she is not a champion of progressive causes at all. And actually, she's a total moderate, and it's a good thing. And that sucks. Okay? That shows that she's wishy-washy. So that's bad on the aesthetic front, because obviously voters care about the aesthetics. It looks like she's flip-flopping on shit. Okay? That she has no coherent identity. That's not good. That will cut away at the momentum that she has currently. And not only that, but also, it's not good policy anyway. Democrats need to be fighters, not cowards and losers. Okay? Yeah, this is a direct swap, by the way. Do you think X's age would have an impact on their ability as president? Trump, severely, all the way to little impact, 60%. No impact, 30%. With Kamala Harris, no impact, 60%. Severely / little impact at 27%. This literally was the exact flip for Joe Biden. The exact flip for Joe Biden.
The Project 2025 project to Donald Trump, even though he says he didn't have anything to do with it. He doesn't meet the people. He doesn't like them. He's disavowed it. But the media is basically erasing her past statements and saying that she doesn't have to deal with any of them.
I'm used to it. This could last forever.
Yeah.
I sometimes go from thinking it could be a landslide, and then the next day I wake up and I'm saying, oh my God, it's going to be a nail biter. Because she hasn't done a single interview since she's been the nominee. She hasn't done a real interview since May. And why would she do an interview next week? Why wouldn't she just wait?
You and Republicans are underestimating her majorly? Wait, what? Underestimating her? I've never said that, like, I think Kamala Harris is going to be a certain type of way. I'm simply saying what I've seen thus far with the amount of fucking, with the messaging coming from her campaign, you know, the leaks of the New York Times, the capitulation that she's already leaned into. I'm just looking at what she's putting out there for people to read. And I don't like what I see. It reminds me of old school Democratic Party incompetence. The swap out from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris was not old school Democratic Party incompetence. It was actually an unrealistic and surprising, very positive, mind you, demonstration of party competence. They did something so fucking good. I was begging for it, and it happened, and I was happy that it happened. But then I said, all right, let's see what Kamala Harris does. And so far, not great.
Until the convention, get the pop from the VP pick.
Okay, so you don't like what you see. Who fucking cares? I mean, clearly you do. You're in here watching me, a political commentator, do political commentary. I don't know who you're talking to. Okay, buddy, then don't vote for her. I don't know who you're fighting with, my friend. I don't know what you're fighting for. I'm very confused about what you are doing in here. Like, Are you okay? Is someone forcing you to watch the broadcast at gunpoint or something? You know you don't have to watch, right? Why are you so mad?
Get the pop from the convention. All of a sudden it's September and you haven't answered anything. You haven't been asked about your flip-flops. You haven't been asked about your cover-ups. You haven't been asked who you are. And she could get away with it. It's the same hiding Biden. Now it's hiding Harris. And now it's just a...
You know what's really funny about this, by the way? I'm almost certain the same people that are now yelling at me for criticizing Kamala were most likely the same people that were pushing for Biden till the very end. They just have bad instincts. That's it. Like, they don't really think. They just toe the party line. You know what I mean? Like, it's that same exact energy. They were riding with Biden till the very end, and now they're riding with Kamala till the very end. It's awesome.
Sprint until November. Can she do this for 96 days? Probably. The media is not clamoring to get an interview. They want to keep her hidden. So this could go on forever. And I'm not concerned, Harold, but...
Yeah, no, they're not fucking hiding Kamala Harris. She just did it. You're literally showing her at the fucking massive 10,000 person auditorium rally that she just conducted yesterday.
You look at.
I'm paying attention.
Harold, should he be concerned?
Should Jesse be concerned about what's... I think so, for this reason. It's a good thing. It's a positive thing to be concerned, because I think when candidates on either side or both sides who are running have to think seriously and thoughtfully about, are they credible? Are they authentic? Are they consistent? And if they're not going to be consistent, voters have every right, and where I agree with Jesse wholeheartedly, is voters have every right to see the vice president, now the candidate, presumptive nominee for Democrats, come before the country and explain what was the change in position on fracking. How did that come about? And I actually think it's constructive when politicians have different opinions on issues as new facts and circumstances present themselves. I'd be curious to know, is it because the war in Ukraine has showed us that energy security, she thinks about it in a different way than she thought about it 5 or 6 years ago? If JD and Burgum and Marco Rubio, who all said very negative things about President Trump over the many years, several years, can change, and I believe they did. How come she can't change? But I think the way you address that, and to Jesse's point, she should accept the debates, and the president should accept the debates that each of them are offering one another, because the country deserves to see Vice President Harris.
Trump kind of needs a debate because the media is not going to question her. He's got to do it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I want to play call for number 3, because I think this is interesting. This is what she said she would do on day 1 if she wins, Judge.
Kamala Harris supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents.
So bad.
Donald Trump blocked a bill to increase the number of Border Patrol agents.
The one that I wanted said, on day 1, I will work to take on price gouging and bring down costs. Okay? As if she's not part of the Biden-Harris administration that caused the inflation in the first place.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly the problem. She seems to forget that she is currently in office. And I find it so incredibly insulting that she says, when I am president, I will work to solve the problem of immigration, or the sound that we just heard. Are you kidding me? You were the border czar. And the fact that big tech or the mainstream media is playing games with the Democrat Party again, and don't you ever think they're going to change? And they're pulling out all indications of her being the border czar. I mean, you can't just change on a dime. Harold, you know, it's one, let me finish.
Sure.
It's one thing to, you know, say I'm for this and I'm for that in a debate, and they should debate. But she's got to sit down with someone and explain. Harold, you want to attribute to her some brilliant understanding as to why she evolved on the issues.
I can't recall. What did I say yesterday that Republicans would immediately say? What did I say immediately yesterday when she unveiled her immigration package? That Republicans would be like, dude, you were tasked with dealing with a border for 4 fucking years. Donald Trump has been trying to kill immigrants for 8. Okay, you are new to this equation. Don't try to switch up on us like this last second. Ain't nobody believes you. No, she wasn't. She was the VP. I'm telling you right now, chat, I promise you, I know a little bit more on this issue than you do, okay? You can Google it before you write stuff in the chat, okay? I'm not a very smart guy, but I just have this like super weird autistic talent of just retaining this kind of information. Okay? I promise you, I'm right on this. Okay? Just Google it and you will find out for yourself. Okay, so tell me. What do you mean tell me? You already don't trust me. What do you mean? Kamala Harris was tasked with dealing with the border. That's why we have that famous do not come emote in the chat where she went to Guatemala and told Guatemalans, do not come. Okay? That was one of the first actions that she took in 2021. Joe Biden put her on border duty. She was declared the border czar. Okay? This is a big weakness for Kamala Harris. I fear that I'm going to have to repeat myself to liberals who are really fucking excited on the Kamala momentum. Oh. What do you mean? And what else? That's it. And yesterday I said, as soon as she unveiled her hardline right-wing immigration status, okay, that every single, that alone, okay, law, what do you mean that alone? That's a pretty big fucking deal. What are you talking about? The fuck? That alone? Very nice. Okay, you don't get to be a fucking asshole while you don't get to be a smug asshole while also like, you know, not knowing all of this information. It's very odd. I said yesterday that as soon as she said, I'm going to fight real hard for the fucking border, I'm going to do the right-wing border shit, that Republicans would turn around and be like, you were the border czar. That's what fucking Joe Biden put you down as. You were tasked with handling immigration. You fucked it up for 4 years. Now you're going to fucking start acting different and act like you care about the border. You care about immigrants. Fuck you. You're a liar. Even you recognize the border is bad now. Donald Trump has been good on the border. That's his major fucking role for the past 8 years, as a matter of fact. Why would anybody trust you? Why would anybody believe you? We had a 3-hour stun log on this issue yesterday. Let's continue.
Like you mentioned Ukraine. The only thing I can think of is when she was in Ukraine was when they said to her, will you be taking any of the refugees from Ukraine? She was like, bleh, bleh, bleh, bleh, bleh. And then the president of Poland started to respond, and she says, a friend in need is a friend indeed. I mean, if you have a substantive reason you can give me for changing your position, I'll hear you. But otherwise, you're lying like Joe Biden came into office as a moderate when he was a progressive. The Trojan horse was full of progressives. They backed into the Oval Office and they changed this country.
She's so fucking hammered, dude. She's sloshed every time.
That's why they should have debates, and I'm glad you accept.
Thank you. I agree on the debate.
Do you accept Governor Burgum's explanation when he said I would not
care about Governor Burgum.
Of course you don't.
Not running for president.
Of course you don't. Of course you don't. I got it.
It's like Harris is like all of a sudden she has her solo career, and she's left the.
She's just walking. She's just walking out of Van Halen.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, she's got to do one or two things. She's got to completely disavow the last 3.5 years. Say it was a complete blank show, and she was handcuffed.
Blank slate, man. How many times did the dude get hit in the head, bro? What is happening?
By progressives. And so when she gets...
You got one job, big dog, is to just say words correctly, okay? That is literally the only job you are tasked with right now.
Office, the first thing she's going to do is fire everyone from the old administration. That would be a flip-flop that everyone would be like, okay, maybe there's some truth to that. The problem is that she wants to own it. When you go in a speech and you say, if I'm elected, and if I was sitting there way back in the chief...
I do agree that I think she needs to focus on other policies, not on immigration. She should never bring up immigration. Voluntarily bringing up immigration, unimaginable dumb shit. Okay, dumb shit. Especially because, like, even for the reactionaries, okay, right now Biden's incredibly restrictive policies on the border have already cut immigration dramatically. So it's not even a fucking point of contention at this moment. Just, if you're going to talk about immigration, talk about how Donald Trump is psychotic and walk through the steps of how Donald Trump wants to set up concentration camps. Okay? That's it. He wants mass deportation. They're waving mass deportation banners at the RNC. What are we talking about here? That is insanely cruel. That's the only thing you should say. Donald Trump is advocating for the Bracero program, or rather the mass deportation of 1.3 million Mexicans that occurred, Mexican Americans included, where they were dumped into like random places, sprayed with toxic chemicals, put into concentration camps under the Eisenhower administration. Donald Trump is talking about that positively, okay? It's a forgotten part of American history and a long sequence of awful policies that we've pushed for time and time again. What? I have a copy of Kamala Harris's birth certificate. Nowhere on her birth certificate does it say she's black or African. Donald Trump is correct. Kamala Harris is not black and never has been. She's a descendant of slave owners. Kamala Harris is the daughter of Donald J. Harris, who was born in Jamaica, and Shamala Gopalan Harris from India. Kamala Harris's 4 times paternal great-grandfather is a guy named Hamilton Brown. Yeah, dude, they did this with Obama too. Like, dude. Bro, do Republicans not know like one black person? Like just one. That's all I'm asking. Like, talk to a singular black person. Just one. Okay? One black American. The fuck? The fuck is this beeping? One singular black American. And you will understand that, yes, a lot of black Americans have white people in their lineage. This is oftentimes not a consequence of consensual acts of mutual love and respect. Hasan, I may be having a stroke, but I do believe Jamaicans are black. Brown emigrated to Jamaica when it was a British colony, and once he arrived, he became an avid slave owner on the sugar plantations in Jamaica. Hamilton Brown opposed the abolition of slavery in the British Empire and promoted slavery and slave ownership till the day he died. Are these people okay? Just one. Talk to a singular black person. Okay? For example, notice how black people that are first generation, second generation migrants from African nations, from the African continent, are oftentimes darker than black people in America. Let's think about why that might be the case. Think it through, okay? Why could that be? It's very odd. That's a generalization, man. No, it's not a general. What are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are we talking about? Up until like literally 100 years ago, this process often was not consensual. Okay? Yes, a lot of black people in America have white ancestors as a byproduct of mass rape that occurred during chattel slavery. What do I have to do? Spell this shit out for people? What the fuck? Open a goddamn book, man. What is happening? What the fuck is going on? Bro, they banned CRT. Yeah, they really fucking did a number on American education.
Seats, and I raised my hand and said, a question. Aren't you currently working there now? Couldn't you just call the old guys? Not like you can't talk them into stuff. You know, just putting that out there. So couldn't you have all this stuff done between now and elections so it would just be easy because we're just seeing what it looks like? He only works the office from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. with a nap and a lunch in there.
10 to 4.
So pretty much I'm clocking in at 4:01, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm working the night shift till I'm elected, and I'm going to get things done. That would be great. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. And to Jesse's point, I am paying attention too.
Everyone's saying it.
To be fair, rape is a lesser known aspect of slavery. Most of the media focuses on slavery. Bro, I genuinely don't get it. I don't understand how you can't even like walk through the steps. Like read a book, a singular book, and you will understand how this happens when you trace the lineage of many black Americans. And you find I'm actually black and you're flattening the truth of history to push a point. Colonization has a 600-year history in Africa and people are light-skinned there for the same reasons. Wait, what? Black Jamaicans are black? That's a generalization, man. Wait, what are you talking about? What? I never said that there aren't like the very same there aren't like the very same process that occurred on the continent of Africa. You made that inference all on your own. What the fuck? You said the black Africans in Africa are darker than blacks here? No. I said, ever wonder why first generation African migrants sometimes tend to be darker than black Americans in the United States of America? This does not mean that there aren't lighter shades of black people, or rather rape did not occur in Africa. I'm not lying about history. I'm trying to explain to Americans, specifically white people in America, how this very simple concept, a historical reality, exists, and why black people in the Western world have white ancestors at times. Oh my Lord. What a fucking weirdo ass way to laser in on a point that I'm not making. To just like get upset. Now you say sometimes tend to be. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up, dumbass chatter. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, now you say tend to be. Yeah, you got it, dude. You're right. I was actually minimizing the impact of colonial violence on the continent of Africa. Dumbass. You're going to get canceled on Twitter again? Twitter can suck my cock, dude. Who's going to cancel me? The fuck? It's all Nazis up in there. Yeah, go ahead. Clip it and post it on Twitter. The point I'm making is that black people, African descendants of slaves, okay? African descendants of slaves, specifically in the Western Hemisphere, okay, can trace their ancestry back to some white people. This is a byproduct not of consensual loving relationships in most circumstances, but instead a byproduct of mass rape that occurred under chattel slavery. When that's the point I'm making, and you're fucking lost in the minutia trying to make it seem like I'm saying something different, you're a fucking dumbass, okay? You're selfish little dumbass. And in your narcissistic tendency, you wanted to turn the conversation and the entire attention in a fucking 38,000 person stream back to you, okay? Me. I don't care what your background is, okay? You're a narcissistic, selfish dumb fuck who purposefully tried to act like you're fighting for the cause of social justice and advocating for historical atrocities in the way that they are represented on this broadcast. But in fact, that's not your main point here. Because if that was your main point, you would understand the point I was making. Okay? You wouldn't try to fucking attack me. Keck mad? Okay, well, that's an easy ban. Oh. It is one of the most annoying tendencies that fucking trolls have. And everybody understands that it's fucking annoying, right? Everybody understands that it's fucking annoying. The whole, oh, that's all it takes. How the fuck do you not know a single black person? You live in America, dude. You live in Florida. How the fuck do you not, even on accident, encounter like a single black person that could be like, hey, maybe you shouldn't post this? Because like bringing up the fact that like Kamala Harris has a slaver in her ancestry is not the own that you think it is. It just makes you look like a fucking out of touch dumbass. Like a unimaginable racist. Anyway. Not the spam, but I want to know if you snore. Please confirm that you snore and please don't ban me. I don't. Like, even if you don't know a single black person, like you could just, use common sense. But I guess it's not so common.
Donald Trump clashing with reporters at the National Association of Black Journalists Conference. Trump's invitation didn't come without backlash from some attendees, with the co-chair of the event resigning over the organization's decision to host him. And it was tense on stage from the moment Trump sat down.
Why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said you can't do it with Zoom. And then you were half an hour late. Just so we understand, I have too much respect for you to be late. I have been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
She was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that
I think somebody should look into that too when you ask, continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some Republicans
really don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some.
We have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different topics.
Excuse you. You're the
can.
one that held me up for 35 minutes, just so you understand.
Kamala Harris was supposed to sit with the same panel, but had scheduling issues. The organization is hoping to have her join in September, but that didn't stop Trump from keeping her in the conversation.
Would you consider taking the cognitive test?
Mr. President,
I would love to
and make it public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to...
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her, too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Bro, she was the Attorney General of California. Like, what are you talking about? Dog, that's crazy. Like, that is a wild thing to run on when you're Donald Trump. What the fuck? Do you want to take the bar exam in California? Many lawyers fail it. Brother, your signature test taking accomplishment is man, woman, camera, TV. What are you saying? Like, obviously she passed. You know what I mean? She was a courtroom prosecutor. She clearly passed. So is Trump incorrect here? Oh, yes. My favorite, like the weirdos are in here. So is Trump in the wrong here? Yes. Presenting the notion that Kamala Harris failed the bar exam, a reality for every single fucking lawyer, damn near every single lawyer at a certain point in their career. Okay? It is incredibly common to not be able to pass the bar exam the first time you take it. It is super common. Okay? So using that, I mean, yeah, she wouldn't be sitting where she is right now. Yeah, okay. So you understand that, right? Bringing that up when she was a courtroom prosecutor, then the Attorney General of the state of fucking California is so stupid. Yeah, I'm sure at a certain point she was shitting in her diapers too. That doesn't fucking... There's no relevance to the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, why are you bringing that up? Kamala Harris was pooping in her pants. I will not say at what point in her life or what she has done since then, but she pooped in her pants. Like, okay, got it. Cool. Like, what the fuck? Poop, folks, in her pants. Won't say when, but it's true. I can't believe Hogs have us defending Kamala like this. Like, there's plenty to fucking shit on Kamala Harris on, and I do actually criticize her quite frequently. Definitely more frequently now, because there's things that are worthy of criticism. But, like, this is not one of those things. This is a very stupid angle of attack, especially when you're Donald Trump. Like, notoriously not known as an intelligent guy.
And NABJ President Ken Lamone defending Trump's invitation before the event.
We invited both of them. We got a yes from one of them. We'd love to get a yes from Kamala as well. Us as journalists, people who go into and have very uncomfortable conversations for the sake of our members, this is an important time. I understand people are disappointed. I understand people are upset. It is our job also to offer that opportunity for those candidates to be here.
All right. Tyrus, I'll start with you. So 35 minutes late, he has to wait. He's told his opponent's going to be there. She's not there. There's a lot of objection to his even being there. The co-chair of the event apparently resigned.
The California bar literally has a 40% first-time pass rate.
Stepped down. Not a modicum of respect, he says. But how do you think he did?
Phenomenal. You know what? It's amazing. You can break it down to this. Since they like to group, since it's black voters and white voters and black this and black that and white this and white that. But when they had an event, he showed up. The Democrats didn't. So that should mean something. And they made him wait. They made him late. Did he leave? He would have been within his reason to be like, listen.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. He waited. Apparently, they made him wait because he just refused to be live fact-checked or some shit. There was a standoff, but...
I'm running for president of the United States. My time's valuable. He could have left. He didn't. He showed up. He was insulted. But here's the thing. I don't judge by... She was there for what that reporter, I'm not calling her a journalist, was there for one reason, to get talking soundbite.
Wait, reporter? I'm not calling her a journalist? But you just used the synonym. What?
For the Democrats, trying to get him to be mean and nasty. And literally within a minute, that's all they came out with talking about. But here's the thing. He called her out on it, but the crowd, they were expecting when she said that, there'd be huge cheers and boos and all this stuff. And they were listening to what he had to say. And there was a few times that people yelled out like, yeah, so their narrative does not match the American people, no matter what color the crowd is. So that's what they should really be concerned with. But he went there. He knew how it was going to be. He answered questions. He was there. He was present. He showed up. And I thought his statements, it was great. And he didn't allow them to change the narrative or get him. He was exactly who he was supposed to be. And this was a big day for him.
And, you know, Dana, what about the fact that Trump has gone to places where Republican candidates have avoided? I mean, with South Bronx, Harlem, he went here, he waited.
Yes.
Yeah. Donald Trump, not afraid of black people, has physically been in the presence of a lot of black people. Clearly.
So I admire that, right? Because if you can say a lot of things about the Trump fans ticket, if you like them, you don't like them, whatever. But they're working for it. They're working hard, and maybe the numbers are going to even out. But before Biden pulled out, one of the things we talked about regularly was just the numbers that were collapsing for Biden on the black vote, for example. So he won like 91% of the black.
You're just being a demagogue and spilling sophistry now just because you don't know what these words mean if you're deploying them against me currently.
Vote in 2020. Trump had him getting about, I think that Biden was down like 73%. So the Republican Party doesn't need to win all of the black vote in order to win. They need to win more than they have before. And so addition is better than subtraction when it comes to politics. And again, they're working for it. Thing is, yes, you're probably going to get some hostile questions. Got to be ready for them. I worked for a boss who, if people were running late, he did not like it at all. And I don't blame him for pushing back on that. I do wonder how much video, right? Because not a lot of people watch things on television necessarily anymore. This will be sliced and diced into 100 different ways. But I think that the fact that he went there is important. She could have gone. She decided not to. She's at Sheila Jackson Lee's funeral today, so I get that. She's going to do another sorority event. But where are the journalists clamoring for her to do a press conference? There's no demand that Kamala Harris.
What? You just literally showed one journalist from the association saying it would be nice to have her here.
Start answering a bunch of questions. I think that if she had gone, she would have gotten some pretty tough questions. And she probably would not have been able to answer them well.
One of the things, Harold, that Donald Trump has is more support among black voters than any other presidential candidate has had.
Republican,
yeah.
Yeah. Republican. Bro, that's so funny. Come on, dude. Yeah, he's got the 8%. Pretty crazy.
Republican presidential candidate has had. Do you expect that's going to continue, or do you think Kamala Harris takes some of that from him?
Well, it's good to see you, and good to be back around the table. It's been a while. I'd say a couple of things. I agree largely with what Tyrus and Dana have said. I think, number one, I don't know how, as a journalist, you could be surprised that someone either accepts your invitation or declines your invitation. And just because one of the people accepts...
Had to throw in that Republican. I mean, it's true. It's ridiculous to say that without mentioning Republican, that becomes a lie. It is only true if you say Republican.
It's the invitation. It might be a person whom you may personally have issues with or disagree with. But if you're part of an organization, the second part, you're a journalist organization. This is not a cooking organization. This is not an organization of electricians who are wonderful, valuable people, but these are journalists. It's like what Ken, I think is Lemon, he said, we have an uncomfortable job of asking tough questions. So if you invite someone and you're a journalist, presumably to interview them, you shouldn't resign from the organization because the person who you were least inclined to agree with accepts and the person you're inclined to agree with declines. Two, you can't control when you are being interviewed. I've never run for president. I ran for the Senate. And I went before groups of interviewers and journalists who I knew did not hold my positions and might be a little hostile to me. And I never opened up by saying, I wish you'd have said hello to me. I wish you'd have been nice to me. I thought he missed an opportunity to press. I disagree slightly with Tyrus in this regard. I would have just laid out all the things. I watched a lot of it. I would have just laid out all the things that you've done. The president believes that he's done to help black voters, help black Americans. I certainly would not have questioned whether or not Kamala Harris is black or she's in. I thought
no, that was a mistake.
I mean, look, I agree with you wholeheartedly about him going there, but Dana made the point also, and I agree, when you go before these things, the point of a political exercise is to gain more voters. And I'd be curious to know, to answer your question, Judge, if they actually believed, if his team, because they pulled him after about 35 minutes, and he was supposed to be there for an hour, if they believe he actually gained voters in this process or just excited the voters that he may already have. Now, he, in his last election, I think got, was it 8 or 9% of the African-American vote? He obviously is making an intentional effort, has made an intentional decision to go after black voters in a more aggressive way, meaning he wants more of them. And I'm not convinced that if I were him, I would have handled it like this. I thought there was probably a more effective way to handle it, but I give him credit for going, and I give him credit for sitting there. But I don't quite know if he achieved. If I was his advisor, I'd sit back and say, I don't know if we handled that one right.
What do you think, Jesse?
He stole the news cycle. Kamala's gotten great press over the last week and a half, and he just ripped it right back and put it right on his...
That's awesome. Yeah, Donald Trump stole the news cycle by shitting in his diapers for 25 consecutive minutes, and everyone made fun of him for his belligerent stances. Everyone's paying attention to me, so I guess I'm the winner. These people have kid brain, dude. I swear. Masterful gambit, sir. Everyone's yelling at you.
He did that. This was a brave move. Everybody sees this, black, white, Hispanic. You're looking at a guy that talks straight, is real, and is courageous. He goes right into the lion's den and treats everybody the same. Doesn't matter if it's a black woman asking the question. Doesn't matter who it is. If you disrespect him, he's going to give it right back to you. It was a Megyn Kelly moment, and we love Megyn. If you have a tough question like that right out of the gate, he took it upper deck. And that's what everybody liked to see. Now, if you like Donald...
Yeah, he fucking killed it when he was like, Kamala Harris is not black. Like, this is not an issue in contest. This is not something that you can contest like this. It's just like, she's black. Like, you can see that she's black. It's literally like looking at Obama and be like, that's a white guy. Nope. That's a white guy. Also DEI, by the way. Like, what are we doing? Bro called a group of black people the Lions Den. Yeah. The Lions Den. Also, your colleague is on the panel, man. Fucking Harris Faulkner is on the panel. Like, there are conservative black journalists on there too, including your colleague who was asking questions to Donald Trump. They were all one thing, though. They were all black. So maybe that's why they were the Lion's Den.
Trump, and you watch that, you're ready now. I mean, this is a big moment for the campaign. This was a big confrontation in the summer, and he handled it classy. It could have been much more nasty. It was fine the way he handled it. If you're going to go in there and say, oh, you know, maybe I'm sorry. No. Where's that gotten us, Judge? We've been so politically correct the last couple of years. We're so afraid.
Yeah. You can't be black if you have mixed blood does not strike me as the most effective rejoinder to the claim you're weird. Like, dude, these guys are literally jumping over hoops, doing like quantum blood science to be like, you see, Kamala Harris is actually not full black. She had a white ancestor. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, did you guys completely forget how to run campaigns? Like, what the fuck? I've investigated Kamala Harris's trash to find a piece of her DNA to do a 23andMe test. They did that to Obama too? Yeah, Obama was a 2-term president. What are we talking about? Exactly. That shit doesn't work. That should be the first clue that, like, yeah, that's not good campaigning. You lost twice to a black guy in a fundamentally white supremacist country. What are we talking about? Like, and before you say, Hasan, how can you say this is a fundamentally white supremacist country and then say this kind of racist rhetoric doesn't work? Don't make me explain the equation one more time to you. Klansmen don't like to be called racist. Nazis don't like to be called Nazis. Okay? There is a level of permissible racism. And if you go beyond it, even racist people are like, oh, that's weird and nerdy. Like, I just want the regular racism. Okay? That's it. And you're going way beyond it. Like, the DEI narratives and affirmative action narratives do not work well for a lot of moderates, but more importantly than moderates, it doesn't. It's an immediate way to just cast aside any black voter that you could have possibly grabbed onto, because every black person has been called the word, okay? And I don't mean just DEI. I mean what it actually spells. DEI, affirmative action. Like, these are concepts that imply pretty overtly, as a matter of fact, that, like, black people and brown people do not deserve the position that they're in, and they were only elevated to that status due to the color of their skin. They've heard it a lot. Okay? The point is, when you do that, just, you know, cast aside all of the potential black votes that you were going to get. But beyond that, okay, beyond that, there's also another level of racism that you're hitting now, where you're like looking at a black woman and be like, she's not really black, or questioning like what country she's actually from. That type of stuff actually makes even like normal Republicans kind of look at it and go, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm just the regular kind of racist, you know, like lock your door when you see a black person walking towards your car in the parking lot type racist. Not like quantum blood race realist racist. That shit's nerdy as fuck. Okay? You can't go to that. You can't go to distance. Yeah, there's a level of like casual racism versus competitive racism. Casual racism relies on white supremacy being baked into every aspect of American society. So you can just point to things that are racist and go, no, this is the norm. How dare you call it racist? Like the criminal justice system. No, actually, it's supposed to fucking lock up black men disproportionately. Duh. You say that because you don't want to say black people have skulls that imply that they're more violent and barbaric. When you fucking flip the narrative and you say black people have skulls that make them more violent and barbaric, even the people who are going to agree with you on the criminal justice system is not racist aspect, they're going to turn around and be like, what the fuck did you say? Do you understand? That's what the Republicans keep doing. All you got to do is point to the existing structures. All you got to do is point to the existing inequalities and go, these things are good, and you're a pussy for saying that they're not. You're woke for saying that they're not, and just keep it at that. Okay? You can't do the opposite. Hasan, you're the one that's going to get spliced and diced here. Please chill. Wait, what? In the midst of my talking point about like America being a fundamentally white supremacist nation? Is that what people are going to do? Oh man, I'm going to get clipped out of context. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, that's never happened to me before. What's next? Are they going to clip me for the top of the hour ad break and say Hasan is a fake socialist? He serves ads at the top of the hour every hour for 3 minutes and then says if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Anyway, Trump speaking at the Pennsylvania rally agrees to debate Harris. Well, Kamala, let's go. Challenge accepted. Are you ready? It's only been 10 days and he's already in full panic mode. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Good one. She, her. The internet will never fix your real threat. ... Depression. This guy said, I heard you a pedophile. I heard you like little boys and girls. Little brainwashed woke boy putting out Dragon Ball Z graphics with Kendrick Lamar lines. Got me big time. Now, this is not Kendrick Lamar lines at all. Why did Dr. Disrespect think that this was Kendrick Lamar? I think we know why he thought it was Kendrick Lamar. Dr. Disrespect is a white man, and he thinks that anytime someone says the N-word, it must be a rap lyric and also rap music about pedophiles. Well, that's got to be Kendrick Lamar. Dremo also then ratioed him, says, shit, not even Kendrick Lamar, but I see why you immediately thought of him. Hashtag not like us. That was a good one. Icy Vert said, we're about to see the nastiest lean into the alt-right pipeline ever. Of course, the doc is back. The doc is back. Yeah. He's getting that kick deal no matter what. Ladies and gentlemen, he's getting that fucking kick deal. He will fight for that. Okay? Wonderful stuff overall. I mean, he's getting roasted, but it doesn't matter. He has a shit ton of support. You understand? Like, think about it this way. Okay? This person roasted his ass, Beehive, right? Posted this other angle, right? Fine. Okay. Except this got 88,000 likes. This post got 73,000 likes. So the people roasting him and the people defending him are almost in the same fucking level of support. Now, what's hilarious about the guy who responded, that Diego guy, who responded to Dr. Disrespect saying, let's go, Dr. Disrespect is back. Who wants to guess what that person's political ideology looks like? Does anyone want to make a guess of the guy defending Dr. Disrespect? What their political association is? Oh, that's right. Diego says the doc is back. Protect the children 2 days ago. Anyone else agrees with me on this? Yeah, so I'm what you call a minor attracted person. These guys have no... Oh. He's shooting the doc, though? No, he's not. He's literally... Chat, come on, man. This is the average position of the American conservative, okay? They literally are like... They literally don't have an issue with pedophilia whatsoever. They just think it's a good way, it's a good talking point to claim that all trans people are pedophiles, okay? That's why so many motherfuckers with literal lolly avatars are straight up Nazis, and then they fucking openly talk on the timeline about how every trans person is trying to fuck kids. It's like, bro, you have a lolly avatar with a fucking Nazi gear on it. You're literally a fucking pedophile. What are you saying? What are you saying right now? You want to kill pedophiles? Are you going to kill yourself? Like, what the fuck is going on? It doesn't make any sense until you realize that the damn near entirety of the anti-trans weirdos on the Republican Party, including but not limited to Matt Walsh, are literal advocates for child marriages, bro. The very same Republican legislators will turn around and be like, all trans people are pedophiles. We got to stop them from grooming our children. If you see a trans person, that's automatic pedophile. And then they literally will go to Congress in their own states, in the state legislature, and defend child brides, bro. Like, ask any, and this is a classic Hank Pecker moment, right? What did I used to do? My favorite thing to do with like the QAnon rallies and whatnot was to go to those fucking rallies and ask them, what do you think about the child beauty pageants? Okay? Ask a conservative who claims every LGBTQ member is a pedophile unconditionally, what they think about child beauty pageants and what they think about child brides. They will defend both of these concepts till they fucking die, okay? They love that shit. They love child beauty pageants and they fucking love child brides. They think that is not pedophilia. That is actual pedophilia shit. Please find me one example of that, Lamau. Okay. Took me 3 seconds. State Representative Jess Edwards inspired outrage last week after describing underage teenage girls as ripe and fertile while arguing against the bill to raise the age of marriage in the Granite State from 16 to 18. Took me literally 3 seconds, dude. GOP lawmakers hell-bent on preserving child marriage. And not only that, but I also literally have like the beauty pageant shit. Okay, here. It's from my own YouTube. Like, I've had these conversations. Okay, where is it? Let's find it. Hold on. HasanAbi QAnon rally. I don't remember the exact moment where there's Donnie, who recently got promoted at the CNN, by the way. I'm going to see him at the DNC. He's gone. He pee-pee-poofed. Oh, here's the 10-minute video.
Yeah, is that truth teller? Yes, I was. It was a yeah. They say a lot. How long? Who you're talking about? I'm an officer myself, so.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Was this it? I think this was
Now the
it.
bag knife life on its last. Media will know.
No, here it is.
On what their kids are watching.
Did you watch it? Wait, hold on. Did you watch the?
No, I don't. Not. I understand that it was.
Wait, do you know what it's? What's
yes, I do. But that's like the idea behind it was see how they sexually exploit our children. That it was an example of the exploitation of children in media.
Oh, you found the clip? Bro, y'all are so fucking annoying. Like, that's funny. That's a funny clip. Like, but come on, time and place. I'm like looking for a specific clip. You don't have to do that. Like, I'm not even annoyed because like, haha, small head jokes. Like, that's fine. And that's a funny clip in and of itself. But like, time and place, I hate it when I'm looking for something and you just like literally use that as an opportunity to fucking send this dumbass shit.
Child beauty pageants, honestly, I can't really say as far as just because everybody has a right to their voice. So there's not, if somebody wants to, this is America. That's the beauty.
What up, brother?
He said, yeah, I asked him child beauty pageants. And he's like, my niece was in one. I think they're good. There you go. Prove that Donnie is a real man and a man of the people. Roller coaster continues busy year ahead. CNN promotes Donnie O'Sullivan as senior correspondent. He's reporting on the spread of online misinformation. I say, see you in Chicago, my goat. I saw the first tweet and I bet Hasan already responded. Anyway, that's my point. My point is these guys literally don't give a fuck about like actual pedophilia at all. Okay. They don't care. It's just like a talking point because everybody understands that it's bad. Right. So they just use that as as a way to be like, no, you know who the real pedophiles are? Not the fucking conservatives defending child brides. This Republican state senator fought to prevent a passage of a bill, increase of statute of limitations for victims of, Pennsylvania state senator arrested on child pornography charges. 63-year-old lawmaker is accused of downloading child pornography from Tumblr. He was charged Tuesday and resigned Wednesday. He also, according to Central Committee, Michael from Pennsylvania, was a senator that fought to prevent the passage of a bill to increase the statute of limitations for victims of child sexual abuse. So, guys, that's classic. That's classic shit. Okay? It's like The Game linking up with fucking Vitaly to find child predators. Okay? Bro, you are the last guy to be looking for child predators. Like, are you looking in a mirror? Like, what's going on? It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Vitaly always looking for child predators, but he just never seems to find one on Kick. You know what I mean? It's like going to look for child predators with EDP. Anyway. But yeah, no, I got all the smoke. Taking out the competition. The weird campaign rhetoric shifts to actually they're pedophiles, which is accurate.
Jim Jordan of knowing about a team doctor's alleged sexual misconduct.
43 men who say they were sexually assaulted, abused, molested, or harassed by Dr.
Midas touch my kings, my goats. They're doing the damn thing.
Richard Strauss.
The former employee at the Republican National Committee was just sentenced to 12 years in prison for possession of child porn. He also told people in this group that his preference was for babies and saying that they were his, quote, absolute favorite, and solicited another member of the group for videos of babies being raped.
George Nader. His criminal history included multiple convictions for child pornography and child molestation.
This morning, a judge sentenced Ralph Shorty to 15.
This one's my favorite Republican pedophile. And yes, you might go, huh? You have a favorite Republican pedophile? I do. Okay? Because that's how common this shit is. Okay? It's so goddamn commonplace that I got stories that I actually appreciate that kind of are funnier than the other ones. Okay? Even though it's gruesome and horrific. You want to know why? Because Ralph Shorty, former Trump Oklahoma campaign chair, state legislature for Oklahoma, okay, literally got busted with a 17-year-old that he had purchased to have sex with, okay? But listen, he did it within proximity of, I believe, a school or a church, okay? He had formerly passed legislation in his own state that actually brought up the charges that if you were caught having sex, or if you were caught, engaging in prostitution, you had more charges. You had like an elevated charge. He passed the law and he got hit with his own law that he passed. Come on, man. Can we watch the interrogation one day? We have. I've covered this extensively.
15 years in prison. Police caught Shorty in a hotel room with a then 17-year-old boy.
The new charges against Joel Greenberg.
Sex trafficking of a minor and stalking a political opponent.
Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz allegedly having a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl.
Investigators examining whether he, quote, violated federal sex trafficking.
Trust no one, not even yourself. Yeah. Bro, he was a pedophile trying to play the game on New Game Plus difficulty. When you're a Republican legislator, okay, like you're a Republican legislator and you're gay, pick a struggle, right? Like, how the fuck are you going to be a gay Republican legislator for the Republican Party in the state of Oklahoma? But then on top of that, you're a pedophile. And on top of that, You literally passed laws about soliciting prostitution near a fucking church. Like, he was just straight up like, I'm in it for the thrill. You know what I mean? He was like, I want to play on new game plus difficulty plus 7. Okay? Max Prestige Diddler is right. He was like, no cheese, baby. I'm not going with the wind blades. I ain't no bitch. Okay? I'm doing SL1. Every boss. New game plus 7.
Trafficking laws.
To all of a sudden act like this phenomenon of girls getting pregnant at a young age that we consider young, 16 or 17, to act like it's a new thing is ridiculous. Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yiannopoulos arguing sexual relationships between 13-year-old boys and men in their 20s could be consensual.
Some of those relationships between younger boys and older men, the sort of coming-of-age relationships, the relationships in which those older men help those young boys to discover who they are.
No, what's funny about that? That was on a Republican podcast, and the Republicans were like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? Like, he literally got canceled by the Republicans. That was a unique one.
Back in 2004, Lauren Boebert's husband, Jason Boebert, was arrested for indecent exposure because he decided to reveal his penis to waitresses. Turned out one of the waitresses was 17.
33-year-old reality TV star.
Turns out one of the people was Lauren Boebert, by the way. Like, that's the other part. He's back. Wait, what did he say? This proves nothing. I guess if we're basing it off of a select few, lefties are pedos as well. Bro, select few, okay? I never said Democrats do not have the capability of being pedophiles, dumb fuck. Of course there are pedophile Democrats too, okay? The fuck do you mean? You think, lefty, by the way, Pulaski County Democratic Party chairman, big lefty from Arkansas, okay? First and foremost, I literally never said that there is not a single Democrat that is like a pedophile. I'm sure there are plenty, okay? Fuck the Democratic Party. But what you fail to comprehend is that the #1 record-breaking all-time champion of pedophilia is a man that they haven't even brought up yet, okay? His name is Dennis Hastert. He's going to be in this video. You want to know what records he broke? First of all, record-breaking for most acts of pedophilia while also in office, and also record-breaking for being, still to this day, the longest-running U.S. House Speaker, okay? I know I'm spoiling the content, but like, if we're talking band for band on pedophilia, the Republicans are absolutely taking out 10 more bands every time you're almost done, okay?
Josh Duggar is in serious trouble, charged with receiving and possessing child pornography. Duggar was
because like there is no Democratic like ideological position in the party that says like we got to defend child brides. There is one in the Republican Party, and simultaneously while they're saying that, they're also running actively on the campaign message that like liberals and all fucking LGBTQ members of the LGBTQ community are pedophiles, okay?
Taken into federal custody, accused of downloading child sexual abuse material online, showing children under the age of 12.
3 women accused a Tennessee state representative of abusing them when they were teenagers.
Bro, remember when the Republicans literally ran a pedophile who lost them the state of Alabama Senate seat? Like that was so crazy. That happened under Donald Trump. There was a literal pedophile by the name of Roy Moore, and he was running. He was in the Alabama Supreme Court, by the way. Real fucking Christian man, you know. Hey, I love God. I love Christianity. I love the Bible. We got to put a copy of the 10 Commandments in every school. I'm Roy Moore. Definitely not a pedophile. And he almost won. He almost won in the state of Alabama. He was banned from going to his local mall by the fucking police in his own dang city, bro. Why, you might ask? Because he kept trying to fuck teenagers. That's what we're talking about, dude. He was picking up teens at the mall, so they banned him. That guy, the Republican Party literally was like, nope, that's our guy. We're still rolling with him. Hasan, stop projecting. Guy on the left looks like you. Jake Tapper. You got nothing. You got nothing, big dog. All you got is, you're projecting. Yeah, sorry. Okay, sucks to suck. I didn't even start this conversation. That one dumb fuck in the chat did. He literally came in and was like, name one instance where the Republicans did that. Okay? Hey, dumb fuck, you literally said conservatives believe blah, blah, blah. Yes, I did. Because only one ideological group in this country automatically says if you're, and they run on this too, if you're trans, if you're gay, you're a pedophile. And that party is the same party that also runs on defending child marriages, okay? Child brides. That's it. That's all I'm saying. You're the one who then followed up with, please give me one example. Lemao. And then I gave you like 100 examples and you were like, okay, that's too many examples. Please stop giving me examples about Republicans being caught doing pedophilic shit. I could find just as many cases of Democrats being pedophiles as I could Republicans for being a hypocritical idiot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Republicans as a whole defend child marriages. False. Not every Republican politician defends child marriages, but it's sure weird that a significant proportion of them actively do defend child brides. Don't you think that's weird? Do you feel like that's odd? Also, almost every single Republican, at least active politician at a certain point, has been like, trans people are pedophiles automatically. Gay people are pedophiles automatically. It's just weird. You're literally trying to talk sense to an actual imbecile is not worth it. I mean, it's still fun. I'm having fun with it.
And he was their high school basketball coach. Not only did the Republican stay in office, he was reelected, and he was just named chairman of a key state house education subcommittee.
State representatives in Tennessee have been working on a bill that's obviously a Republican-dominated legislature. The House version of the bill, as it was introduced, didn't include an age minimum. Yeah. It means it could pave the way to legalize child marriage, like child brides.
Congressman Rose's engagement announcement. No, that is not his daughter. They reportedly met while she was in high school. He was about 42.
Tucker's talking about former cult leader Warren Jeffs, who was convicted of sexually assaulting minors.
That old saying, not every Republican supports child marriage, but you bet your ass every child marriage supporter is a Republican. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, I forgot my goat, Tucker Carlson. Here is him defending Warren Jeffs, convicted arranger of child marriages, cult leader Warren Jeffs, who was in prison for this, by the way.
He's not in prison for that. Warren Jeffs didn't marry underage girls.
No, he's in prison for facilitation of child rape.
Whatever the hell that means, the rapist in this case has made a lifelong commitment to live and take care of the person. So it is a little different.
A man running for a college district's governing board arrested for masturbating on a campus.
This was awesome too. This was another one of my favorite ones. Cause like the body camera footage from this is so fucking funny. And he kept running too. Yo, I love, God, how can you not love the Republican Party? They are so fucking weird, dude. They are so unimaginably weird, bro.
A Maricopa County College police officer found Randy Kaufman with his pants down, masturbating in his truck at 4:30 in the afternoon.
At 4:30, bro. At 4:30 in the afternoon, bro. It's like in broad daylight. The cop rolls up and he's like, "Are you serious?" He like, the cop couldn't even comprehend what he was seeing. Like, he was just like, what? Like, you're just masturbating in your car in a fucking, in a school parking lot?
Rio Salado College campus. The parking lot just feet away from a preschool and child care center where kids were outside playing.
A former Trump official who has pled guilty to child porn charges. He is a former Commerce Department official in the Trump administration, sentenced to a 5.5-year prison term after pleading guilty to possession of.
Oh yeah, I think he said he was watching biracial porn or something too. Isn't that what he said, or am I misremembering? I think he literally got caught and he was like, no, I'm zerking it, but like I'm literally watching like black Latina ladies or something. How Republican and Democratic sex scandals differ. Over at The Fix, and this is in 2014, there's been so, like every single instance I've shown you so far is post 2014. Sir, I was yoinking my shit vocally. Oh. The states with the most child marriages per capita are Nevada, Idaho, Arkansas, Kentucky, Oklahoma, Wyoming, Utah, Alabama, West Virginia, and Mississippi. Hell yeah, brother. Joke's on you. Keep defending PDFs, weirdo. Bro, there's only one guy who is fighting for his fucking life in this chat right now, and that's you. You're the only one. I was jerking my peanuts to woke porn. Do not call me. Call me a pedophile, but do not call me racist.
Child pornography. This is Adam Hageman.
Tony Lazzaro allegedly gave underage girls expensive gifts and money in exchange for sex. He is charged with sex trafficking.
A former Florida Elections Commission attorney pleaded guilty today to conspiring to distribute, receive, and possess child pornography. Prosecutors say Eric Matthew Lipman shared the videos on a file hosting site. He faces up to 20 years.
The stunning political scandal that is rocking Capitol Hill. Republican Congressman Mark Foley abruptly resigned Friday after questionable emails he sent to a teenage boy.
Dennis Hastert convicted of a financial crime.
Yep, former Republican Speaker of the House, longest Speaker of the House in U.S. Congress.
Part of a scheme to mask something more egregious, his molestation of children.
A former member of Governor Ivey's staff was arrested for child solicitation charges. This is a 36-year-old Chase Tristan Espy. He was charged with electronic solicitation of a child.
Roy more defiant as more accusers step forward, alleging sexual misconduct.
This is the shopping mall where some say it was common knowledge and not a big secret that Roy Moore would flirt with teenage girls when he was in his 30s.
One accuser says that Moore initiated a sexual encounter back in 1979 when she was just 14 years old.
A jury found Ghislaine Maxwell guilty of 5 out of 6 federal charges, including sex trafficking of minors.
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well.
This is why I love Midas Touch, my goats. Anyway, how the fuck did we get here? Oh, we were talking about Dr. Kid Inspect. Yeah. So, welcome back, Dr. Kid Inspect. Doing full tilt right-wing slant, you know, fully leaning into that. He was already right-wing, but he's like going balls to the wall mode with it. Why? Because Republicans don't mind if you're a pedophile. As a matter of fact, they actively defend child brides and shit like that. They don't give a shit. They don't care. That's it. You know? And it's very odd that everybody that's canceled or everybody that's like losing their fucking... Everybody that's canceled, everybody's losing their career, people that are falling off, immediately hit that fucking right-wing grift. And there are still motherfuckers out here who try to actively tell me that, like, I'm a grifter, okay? Then why is it that every single person that's grifting always grift to the right? And before you say Jackson Hinkledink, he quite literally is a right-wing grifter as well, okay? Yeah. to that chatter arguing with you. Why don't media pedos lean left when ousted? Have you heard about the AMP cameraman? I did. I covered it yesterday. Anyway, it's always the same shit, dude. It's always the same dang shit. Speaking of fucking psycho right-wingers, well, this is not a psycho right-winger. This is just like a regular right-winger. I say every time someone gets mad at me, the value of the house goes up. Here is Aiden Ross watching me respond to the announcement that he's going to be interviewing Donald Trump.
Like, he thinks that Twitter is mean. Okay? Wait until fucking Washington Post gets a hold of who Aiden Ross is, specifically to shit.
Is he watching me out of a toilet? What's going on? What is the audio here?
On Donald Trump.
God damn, bro. You are just jealous, bro. What do you...
It's funny that he says this because I also said that I was jealous. Like, I wish I could. Not shit on Aiden. They don't give a fuck about Aiden Ross. But in an effort to shit on Donald Trump, they're going to bring up Kick as a platform. And I mean, pedophiles are on it. They're going to bring up Aiden's past as well.
You got to be 35 years old, bro. And you're such a... Bro, he's literally the biggest hypocrite. All his followers...
And he immediately goes, oh, he's a hypocrite.
They all just... love his little, you know, the way he loves his political view, whatever the fuck it is. He lives in a $6 million crib. Okay? He lives in a $6 million crib. But he preaches that all Americans should make all the same amount of money. Man.
House went up. It's 10 million now.
I don't know. But look, Hasan.
I like that people who find themselves to be champions of intellect and Aiden Ross basically delivered the exact same talking point. Okay? Every single person is just, he's in an expensive house. Anyway. I mean, honestly, from the time he started living, their house probably value did go up near 6 million. No, it didn't. Half of his Twitter community was agreeing with you and don't want him to do it either. Yeah, I know. Anyway. He's acting like you're not renowned for being targeted by mainstream media for interactions with AOC, Ilhan, etc. Like, that's the only way my conservative dad knows who you are. You've already been through the ringer, and he truly has no clue. Yeah. He don't get it. But it's all good. I'm excited that he doesn't get it, and I'm excited that he has no self-preservation skills because, honestly, I want him to interview Donald Trump because that's content for me. I love that. So yeah. Aiden also donated 2.2 mil to the campaign. No, he didn't. Ain't no fucking way. Win Red Trump. Bro was like 3 million mansion, but the average household price in Cali is 900K. Yeah. August 5th, 1 p.m. EST. I'll be there. I'm fucking stoked. You feel me? You understand me? You should invite Trump onto your stream and see what happens. There's no way. But like I said, I wish Aiden Ross well. I wish Aiden Ross well. You know, thank you for giving me this content. That's it. That's all I got. Also, more drama, more content creator drama. Okay. Moist Critical. Apparently, Moist Critical is scaling back on his podcast and like quitting being online or something. I saw this on my For You page as well. He's scaling. He wants to go on an indefinite hiatus, scaling back his time on the internet according to an announcement sent to his Patreon subscribers. I think this is just like him distancing himself from the podcast. But beyond that, I think he was being canceled for a different thing. And maybe fans of this show might not be aware of it. Okay. But you are never going to guess, actually. Okay. So Moist Critical debated Sneeko. Okay. He debated Sneeko, who in that debate, Sneeko advocated for, and you might be shocked to hear this. I was just talking about it earlier. Child brides. That's right. Which is not surprising, I suspect. But that wasn't the thing that got him yelled at by everyone online. Does anyone have a tweet of like the clip from the debate that got him a lot of controversy? They got him mired in controversy online, specifically Twitter. Or no? How do you know so much about every niche internet beef and controversy? I just like stack them up. I stack them up.
And his family.
MFAM Central.
Sneeko's trying, he and she and that family is making that decision for that child's life. If that's
This is what got him canceled online by right-wingers who were very mad at him. Why were they very mad at him? It's because he said this medical decision of like taking puberty blockers or you know, HRT of any sort. Okay? This medical decision should be kept between a patient, a doctor, and if the patient is underage, parental consent. That's what he did, which is like kind of surprising because Moist, like, you know, oftentimes doesn't actually put forward like bold and rather controversial to the normie centrist audience stances. Now, of course, in this community, you're like, what? Like, what do you mean? That's just like the norm.
you can get therapy, you can go through the process of making that decision. I thought that's
follow up on a clip on this topic. I want to see the actual clip. Like, the thing is, like, this stance that he has here, okay? This stance that he has here is a stance completely defended by the medical community, okay? This is just the correct stance. These kinds of decisions should be kept to medical professionals, the patient, and the motherfucking parents if parental consent is required.
that somebody.
But people lost their fucking minds on him. Here, let's watch the
can
clip.
go through hormone therapy. Can they change their gender if they're a child? I think that's totally fine as long as everyone is consenting, as you agree with.
Okay, so as long as everyone...
If your parents are okay with it and you are okay with it, I think that's totally a familial decision to make, yeah.
Okay, so a child can cut their penis off and take hormone blockers and change their biology forever, but they can't get married?
Well, that's a decision that now extends beyond the family, because now you're bringing in a different party. So if you have someone that's your...
That's wild, by the way, because that's not a real thing that happens. No, a child can't cut their penis off. You're fucking weird, dude. That's a weird ass take. Why are you thinking about baby dick? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're thinking about, one, baby dick being chopped off, and two, you're fucking bringing it up as a weirdo, and number three, you defend child brides, bro. This is unacceptable. That's not a thing that has happened. That's not a thing that can happen. Okay? That's not a thing. That's not even a position that Moise has to defend in this circumstance. Okay? It's not. Because it's not a thing that happens. It's just made up. It's made up. Made up by right-wingers who are constantly imagining a fucking world where it's happening. The only time where it could potentially happen, well, it happens all the time in terms of circumcision. Okay? That's number one. But the only time a situation like that could occur is if there's like literally a life-altering procedure that a doctor has to make in that moment. Like a life-saving procedure that will be life-altering like that. That's it. That's it. Like if a child is in a fucking fire or something, you know what I mean? And they need like a skin graft or something. Or somehow they have like a very unique case of a fucking breast cancer or some shit. It's bullshit. They do it to intersex kids as well. That's the other part. I forgot. Again, without consent, mind you. But it is crazy. It is crazy that the Republicans make it seem like doctors are just chopping off baby dick left and right. Why are you saying that? Why are you thinking that? What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway. The reality of the matter is, there is a shit ton of psych evaluations that occur before you even get to the position where you can even take puberty blockers. Okay? It's not like over the counter. You can't just like walk over to your fucking local Walmart or your local CVS and be like, yo, hit me with some HRT, doc. And then the pharmaceutical, the pharmacist is like, oh, I don't want to do this, but woke, here you go. I wish you could do that so I could get some goddamn steroids with ease. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. But that's not the case. Now, having said that, okay, Claire's dick chopping. Yeah. Having said that, as far as bottom surgery, top surgery, especially bottom surgery, okay, there is no hospital unless it's a literal fucking complete life-saving, last-ditch effort medical intervention that is an absolute necessity. No hospital is giving you just like a voluntary fun dick chopping session, okay? Especially if you are obviously under the age of 18. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing that's happening, okay? The only place where it's happening is in the minds of conservatives. That's crazy. And it's wild that these guys are like, medical procedures should be kept between a health professional and the patient. No, I actually should be the one consenting. I am who? A random guy on Twitter with a blue check mark, okay? I should be the one that makes these decisions, not these fucking gay-ass, woke-ass doctors, okay? It's like, bro, you are a dumbass. You are a stupid person, okay? Maybe modern medicine has gone too far that has kept you alive despite the fact that you are a dumbass, okay? Maybe modern medicine has gone too far. I don't know. But in this circumstance and in every other circumstance, the notion that like these routine medical procedures that have a shit ton of safety valves built into it, okay? A shit ton of pre-checks that you need to go through Like, that decision being made by medical professionals is unacceptable. Who should that decision be made by? Fucking Sneeko? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here.
Your age coming in saying, I want to marry that child. I don't think that can happen under any circumstance.
So,
no.
But it's still a personal decision. You're still deciding.
Because there's
take the other party out of the equation.
Decision
It's a personal decision. If I'm 16 and I personally want to marry this girl, she's beautiful. She's 21 years old. Her family wants to do it. My family wants to do it. You're saying I can't do that. We're both consenting. I'm ready to go. I'm physically mature, but I'm not allowed to marry because Moy says that woman's a pedophile. But if then the next day I leave it, I'm depressed, I want to cut my penis off, I can go right into the clinic, snip it off, and start taking HRT like Chris Tyson. That's a society that makes sense to you?
It is. I believe everyone has complete, I believe every.
Dude, doctors are the ones that are making this decision. There are psychiatric evaluations. You can't just like walk into a fucking woke gay clinic and they're just like, oops, you just walked through the penis guillotine. Sorry, you're a woman now. Like, that's not how this works. What are we doing? These people are fucking insane, dog. They are insane. Anyway, so Charlie, despite the fact that normally he is like very, I would say he's almost allergic to like having controversial takes in a lot of instances, and has cultivated a massive fan base of people from all different various political backgrounds. As a consequence of that, coming out and swinging in this situation with controversial groups such as the American Pediatric Doctors Organization, or what are the organizations that have written the guidelines for this? It's like, we got the American Medical Association, I believe. Is the WPATH Standards of Care. I can't believe that he got fucking canceled because dumbass Nazis on fucking Nazi website, Twitter, were against the better judgment of medical professionals. Anyway,
you can get therapy. You can go through the process of making that decision. I thought that's what it was. I thought he was just speaking in hyperbole with the dick cutting off shit. I thought that's what we were talking about. And then if you decide that's the path you want to take, it is your body. You can do that. You can make that decision once you become of age to make a decision like that. I just don't understand how it got so muddled. Half of the fucking conversation was hyperbole, and apparently that one was literal. Or it's a very malicious...
Never mind, he's clarifying. No, he's right. He's clarifying that, like, he's talking about fucking bottom surgery. If you're of age, you can do that if you want. He didn't have a bad stance on this at all. By the way, Charlie, welcome to my everyday existence. Just going to point that out. You know, I have been living in this universe. I've been living in this fucking universe for the past, I would say, 5-6 years. You know, this happens to me on a regular fucking basis. Help him. I reached out to him. I mean, I hope he's doing all right. No, he said child, not an adult, but now he's saying an adult. Yes, a child with parental consent can, as long as they are supervised by a medical professional, can make medical decisions with parental consent, is what he said, in terms of like puberty blockers and shit. Okay? That is the current process. That is the current process. As far as like walking into a clinic and getting your dick chopped off as a kid, that's not a thing that happens. That is not a part of the current medical literature. Okay? That is not a thing that happens at all. Unless we're talking about circumcision or intersex children, in which case there is no consent. Can a child be allowed to decide such a heavy decision? Brother, can a child decide if they have a broken bone to be put in a cast? Yes or no? If a doctor decides in this situation that the cast is the most appropriate measure to take in this circumstance, why the fuck do you think you have a say? If a child is a type 2 diabetic and they believe that he needs insulin pumps pronto, do you think that the child should get the insulin pump, okay? Or do you think we shouldn't give the child an insulin pump because children cannot make any medical decisions whatsoever? The whole point is there is an entire third party there. Okay, children must be protected at all costs, which is why in society we have third-party adults sometimes who are licensed professionals who we allow to take care of our children, teachers being one of them, right? We leave our children, or sorry, not type 2, type 1 diabetes is what I was referencing with the pump. Type 2 is just when you can still get it as a child, but that's not what I was talking about. Anyway, comparing that to diabetes is fucking wild? No, it's not. The only reason why you think that comparison is wild is because you think trans people are icky and gross, and you don't consider this to be a medical decision that medical licensed professionals who have studied the matter extensively have decided is the best pathway forward, but instead it's just like weird. It's weird. I don't fully understand it. Like gender dysphoria, okay, as a medical issue has been extensively studied. Okay, it has been extensively studied. These are people who have researched it. They figured out best pathways forward. Okay, that's just how it works in science. You might not like it. That's just how it works, though. Okay, do you understand? Do you get it? That is the reason why I compare it to fucking any number of other medical decisions. Sometimes there are much harder medical decisions to make. Okay? This is not an aesthetic choice for the child. In the eyes of the doctor, this is a life-saving measure. That is why it is allowed. Okay? Children with cancer get life-saving measures that are life-altering as well. Children might get amputations. Okay? These are not aesthetic choices. These are things that doctors have thought long and hard about and have decided could be the best pathway forward. In terms of puberty blockers, this is the way to go according to every fucking medical institution in this country. Do you understand? So you're saying if it's life-saving, it's valid? I'm saying, yes, of course, if it's life-saving, it's valid. Duh, what the fuck? Is it not a spectrum? On what? In terms of what? There is no aesthetic choice in this circumstance, okay? People aren't transing themselves for the memes. You are delusional if you think that. People used to say that about gay people back when it was more fashionable to shit on gay people instead of trans people. But we evolved as a society, so most people don't say that about gay people anymore. Where people are like, oh, you're just doing it for attention. You're just gay for attention. What fucking attention? It's only negative attention that you're getting. Like, it doesn't make any goddamn sense. People don't transition. People do not undergo the rigorous and tumultuous, sometimes emotionally complicated process of gender confirmation for the fucking memes, dog. It's not a phase. Like, this is a very real situation. And it's not just like a very real situation that scientists, because they're so afraid of being canceled by the woke, are doing gender. It is a well-documented medical phenomena, okay? So luckily, these fucking scientists, these goddamn nerds, are actually studying the matter and finding the best pathway forward instead of listening to dumb Republican idiots on Twitter and making decisions that way, okay? Anyway. Tam bir Amerikalı ampulsün ha, kusura bakma. Okay. if you find yourself in agreement with me on like 99% of issues, but this is the one hang up you have, really reconsider why you might have a hang up. Is it because your entire life you've been told two genders, two genders, two genders, two genders, that's the way it is? Okay, man is man, woman is woman. And that like you haven't been caught up with the new literature on this, okay? Or and it's kind of scary to think about. Or maybe I'm just some woke wizard who is trying to trans the youth secretly, even though you agree with me 99% of the time. This is the one issue where you're like, nah, it's a bridge too fucking far. Okay? Thoughts on people that regret transition? Yes, great subject. If you were to look at mainstream media like the New York Times, all the way liberal New York Times, by the way, all the way down to like right-wing outlets, you would think that 120% of trans people that get that undergo this process actually regret it. But if you actually look at the data readily available, once again, medical regret is very commonplace with plastic surgery, for example. Plastic surgery has a super high percentage of medical regret. I forget the exact number, but you know what the medical regret percentage is for transition, for gender confirmation surgery? 0.4%, or less than 0.4%, 0.04%, as a matter of fact. It is unimaginably rare. Okay? Compare that to any other procedure, and you are going to have a significantly higher percentage of medical regret. Okay? It's higher for knee surgery. It's higher for, obviously, for tattoos and the like. Okay? This is why the idea that like trans people are detransitioning in a fucking rapid clip is ridiculous. It's higher for LASIK. Yes. Okay? But why are there so many articles on this? Why are there so many articles on this? Perhaps it's because there is an agenda. And no, the agenda is not pro-trans. The agenda is anti-trans. According to 2022 statistics, only around 3% of trans people experience some form of regret but may not detransition. Conversely, 97% of people who are transgender are happy with their decision of transition. Only 5% who detransition. That's 5% of the 3%. So 0.4% of all trans people did so because they felt transition was not right for them. Detransitioning facts, additional detransitioning facts, is the social pressures that come along with the transition that cause people to detransition as well. They're not all detransitioners are like, oh, I'm not trans at all. Some detransitioners literally are like, no, I'm still trans. It's just that like this wasn't for me in particular. So there's that reality too. And in many circumstances, there's a lot of extra pressure from society that is obviously there. That's the reason why there's such a high suicide rate for trans people. Oh. Anyway. Has anyone medical professional gone before Congress to talk about this? Yeah, I think so, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because people would rather listen to fucking Sneeko because they agree with Sneeko than listen to a goddamn doctor. So it doesn't matter that there's plenty of fucking research readily available about this, okay? 5% proves you are wrong. Penis equals not the cut. 5% proves you are wrong. Dude, that is an unimaginably low percentage. What the fuck are you talking about? And the only people that detransition are even smaller than that. It's literally 5% of 3%. What the fuck? There is no world in which you would advocate to stop medical procedures from happening when 95%, let's say it's actually 5%, okay? Let's say 5% of people that undergo gender confirmation surgery hate it and they want to transition, okay? There is not a single medical procedure that you would stop if they had a 5% regret rating. Not a single one. Can you imagine? We just stop knee surgeries altogether. There's an active constituency against knee surgeries because, 20% of people that undergo knee surgery, myself included, by the way, regret the decision. That would be insane. That would be an insane thing. Anyway, the highest percentage, however, comes from not subscribing at the top of the hour. Okay? And I still serve that 3-minute ad break to you no matter what. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Subscribe for $5. We're going to move on to Project 2025 director stepping down amid backlash from Trump. I got to pee.
Of Project 2025 has stepped down after facing criticism from
Yeah, not a single biblical passage. Come on now. Yeah, it would be crazy if someone sent you this too, which talks about how 146 of the gender affirming surgeries in the U.S. were for male chest surgeries, not related to being. Yo, stop. Excuse me. Kids with gyno getting fucking top surgery? But that's gender affirming, not gender confirming. So that's allowed. Just like Joe Rogan, my favorite broadcaster, constantly shits on HRT, but has no problem doing HRT for himself in the form of TRT. Steven Crowder himself got that chest surgery too.
Joining us now is Washington Post national political reporter Isaac Arnstorff, who has been following Project 2025 and its relationship with the Trump campaign closely. And Isaac, in your reporting tonight, you talk about how it became this rallying cry for Democrats, but also was a nuisance for the Republican nominee Donald Trump as he is trying to escape the public spotlight and repair relations with Trump's campaign. Can you just lay out a breakdown for people who have heard about Project 2025, but also just heard what Trump said on what this relationship and what Project 2025 was actually doing?
Project 2025 started before Trump was the nominee, before it was clear that he was going to be the nominee. And the idea was for the Heritage Foundation to get together a whole bunch of think tanks in the conservative movement and present a consensus view for an agency by agency policy blueprint for the next administration, whoever that Republican president was going to be. Now, obviously, and there were actually some concerns that the president of the Heritage Foundation was too close to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for a while, and that could be an issue. But obviously, as it became clear that Trump was going to be the nominee, and so many of the contributors to this project were alumni of the Trump White House and the Trump administration, and would naturally be the kinds of people who Trump would look to staff the next administration if he does win. And so that's why when, the Trump campaign has not been super specific about the details of what he would implement in a second term, naturally, a lot of people looked at his staff, his former staff.
Dude, imagine being a Heritage Foundation guy, and you're just like, what is a blanket list of Trump proposals, judging by what he has done thus far, that like aligns with the Republican Party's agenda? You get together all the nerds, okay? All the nerds that weren't like sexually assaulted by Matt Schlapp. You put them in one room, okay? That's right. There's another sex pest in the Republican Party, Matt Schlapp, in the closet gay man and a regular sexual assaulter. That's besides the point. You get them all together, okay? There's like fucking 10 remaining that Matt Schlapp hasn't tried to grab the dicks of. So they get together in a room and they're just like, cook up this fucking nerdy ass Bible for Donald Trump, because they're like, oh, sir, this is going to be so sick, okay? Trump obviously is like, I don't fuck with that nerd shit. What is this? I don't care. Whatever, okay? Then months after you obviously reveal this to the public, you're like, this is what we're going to do. It's going to be awesome. Everyone's like, wow, brilliant. This is exactly how we usher in a new wave of American conservatism. Many are saying it's the fourth of a certain thing. I won't say what it is, but the fourth of it, okay? Not the third one, but the fourth one, right? They're like talking about this, right? They think this is going to be awesome. And then TikTok and YouTube get a hold of it and are like, bro, this shit's fucking insane. The media's not covering it yet, because why would they? It's another think tank policy paper. There's a million of them and they're all equally terrifying. Obviously, no producer that's been a fucking producer for 20 plus years is going to look at that and go, wow, that's just scary. Okay. But then TikTok reads it. Okay. YouTubers start reading it. And they're like, oh my God, this shit is fucking crazy. These Republicans are out of control. The Democratic Party still is not talking about it, because they're like, what do you mean, Jack? Oh, this is Project 2025. I don't know. No, I'm old. Okay. And then somewhere along the line, it reaches like peak mainstream terminal velocity, and the media does start paying attention to it. They're like, all these kids are fucking talking about this Project 2025. Let's look into this. Okay. So they start covering it too. And then it becomes so unimaginably toxic to be associated with the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025 as a direct consequence of TikTok, that Donald Trump comes out and is like, those guys are woke. They're gay. I don't know them. Never will I ever do Project 2025. And all these guys that spent all of those years dodging Matt Schlapp, grabbing their penises, only to go and work at the Heritage Foundation, are just sitting there like, dude, we wrote this for you. Like, what do you mean? That's your thing. Anyway. Former President Trump has no authority over, responsibility for, or connection to Project 2025. And to make this absolutely clear, the campaign managers have just noisily fired the public-facing director of the project. Hey, wait a minute. President Trump's campaign has been very clear that Project 2025 had nothing to do with the campaign. Reports of Project 2025's demise would be greatly welcome. They literally fire the head of Project 2025. Okay? Specifically so they can like disassociate with the Heritage Foundation, which is not a thing you can do as the Republican. It is very much a part of the Republican strategy. They know that over there. They'll willingly go, yeah, we're bad. But everybody knows that this is very much a fundamental part of the Republican policy-making apparatus. Okay?
And the ideas that were being presented to kind of fill in those blanks.
But he just did? What do you mean he just did? It doesn't matter. They're just trying to fucking cut ties with it. But that doesn't change the reality that they've been implementing Project 2025 for the past 30 fucking years. Okay? As a matter of fact, Project 2025 was written off of what Trump did when he assumed the role of the presidency. So the idea that this is like totally out of pocket is ridiculous. It's just that people started paying attention to it. It's kind of like Israel, right? Israel kills children on a regular basis, sometimes by the tens, sometimes by the hundreds, okay, on a daily basis. But sometimes when Israel kills a group of children, it actually upsets the Western world. So then they go, yo, Israel's killing children out there. What the fuck? So immediately they have to turn around and be like, whoa. Those kids deserved it. That's precisely what this is, okay? Project 2025 is identical in that situation. It's just regular old Republican engineering. It's always been the case. It will continue to be the case. But when people started paying attention to it and it became like something that you have to cover, the Trump administration turned around and went, no, that's not us. That's not us at all. I don't even know what that is. What is Project 2025? Who cares? Come on now. Okay?
And get a clearer sense of what that would look like. And then when the campaign saw that, they didn't want to own the things that were ended up being controversial.
But it's remarkable because a lot of this was, as you noted, done by people who worked for Trump. A lot of the proposals, when you look at them, are things that people in Trump's campaign have actually proposed and suggested would happen if he did win a second term. So I think it's remarkable to see such a conservative group that Trump has praised the leader of the Heritage Foundation, and to now see his campaign cheering, the departure of the leader of this specific project.
Well, right. I mean, look, a lot of people at Heritage and involved in Project 2025 loved the notoriety that it was getting. They loved to see it being criticized on CNN and MSNBC. They loved that there were DNC mobile billboard trucks outside the office. But then when it started angering Trump and they started getting backlash from Trump about it, that made them really concerned. And so some of what is going on here is trying to have a reset, trying to smooth this over with the campaign, try to get out of the spot.
Is he liable to piss off his base? No, it's nerd shit. No, his base doesn't give a shit. What are you talking about? No, the Heritage Foundation is a think tank. You just do what the think tank tells you to do because the think tank is relaying the wishes of those in positions of power directly to the campaigns. No real fucking voter is like, oh, wow, I really loved Project 2025. I'm so mad that he's not doing it. No, they don't give a fuck.
Spotlight, offer up Paul Dans as a little bit of a sacrificial lamb. And, maybe we can just try to smooth this over. And publicly, the campaign is happy to take that W if it means that Project 2025 stops causing political problems for them. The thing is, I don't expect the Democrats to stop talking about it anytime soon.
Isaac Arnsdorf, it's a great point there. Thank you for joining tonight.
Thanks.
And I have a panel of political experts here to...
I think the funniest part about this is that absolutely zero people believe that Trump is legitimately distancing himself from Project 2025. I think that's pretty funny. So all he's done is just like demand that the head get fired. And that's basically it. And like everyone is still like, no, dude, this is your shit. Don't fucking act like this is not your shit. HasanAbi on the Broadcast Boys
LeBron
TikTok.
was your father. If LeBron was your father, did you make the NBA?
I wish LeBron was my father. Would I be able to make it into the NBA? I mean, do I look like this or do I have LeBron in me?
You look like this, which is solid.
I mean, I am taller than Bronny apparently, so maybe.
Would you rather be directly involved in the malice at the palace or be the descendant of a royal lineage back in medieval times?
That's such a good question. Royal lineage thing. Like, I don't even care. Yeah, I'll be inbred. I'll get gout, whatever.
If you could naturalize to any country and compete in any event, men's or women's, in the Olympics, what country would you choose? What event would you choose?
Ooh, that's a good question. South Sudan for basketball.
If you could pick any historical figure to commit a flagrant 2-on, a hard foul, who would you choose?
Ooh, Adolf Hitler.
Nice. Could LeBron have outperformed Jordan in minor league baseball?
I'm a dick rider, so I'm going to say yes.
Would you rather a ski weekend in Salt Lake City with Post and Karl Malone or a trip to the Kentucky Derby with Quando and Rajon Rondo?
Quando and Rajon Rondo. I don't think Karl Malone and myself have aligned on worldviews.
If you were on the men's all-around gymnastics team, what would your event be?
Yeah, when I'm working out, I use rings sometimes, so I guess I could do that.
What would be the worst location for a new NBA franchise?
New Jersey.
Team name?
New Jersey Armpits?
Out of all the places in the world, New Jersey you have chosen.
LeBron in me is a wild way to ask if he would have his jeans. I mean, I said that on purpose. The HD clip of your three-pointer is beautiful. Oh yeah, dude, did you guys see this shit? Someone actually got a different angle on my three-pointer. This shit was awesome. Look at that fucking wrist flick, dude. That is mint. It definitely doesn't look this good from the other angle. It definitely does not look that good from the other angle. Your form needs a lot of work. Wait, what? What do you mean? Made an announcement why Hasan looked bad on defense. Hasan was left alone in the room with no help. The tactical setup was so shit and made by a bunch of ball hoggers who want to be the star player. He was often left 1v2 or 1v3 and could do nothing but foul. Bad defensive setup. Thank you. Help hand too high. Why is your left elbow so wide? Shit needs to be tucked. Yeah, I mean, that is true. My elbow is pretty wide. Busted as fuck. There was no teamwork. When I watched it live, I did feel like you had gotten more ball time. That you actually would have helped even the game out more. You only drilled hard all the time. Solid form. People expect you to have a Klay Thompson shooting form. Yeah, I mean, of course there's NBA players with worse shooting form. What matters is if it goes in or not. Would you denounce socialism if it meant you could dunk and LeBron would give you a hug after? Yes. Defender didn't believe in you at all right there. It's true. People who critique form are the middle of the bell curve. Your shot form. Fuck you guys, dude. Your defender had to help defend your teammate's middle drive. Great play by your teammate. Yeah. I did see this Turkish athlete. I posted on my Instagram, or I didn't actually. I was going to post it on my Instagram. But South Korea sent a fully kitted out player for the Olympic shooting. Turkey sent a guy with no specialized lenses, eye cover, or ear protection, and he got the silver medal. This is like the most average Turkish man. Like, it is pretty funny. Turkey literally sent an ex-hitman. I mean, I assume he was in the military, but I mean, everyone is. Mehmet Ali Erbil'e benziyor amına koyayım. Tam mangalcı adam ya. Like, this guy in Turkey, we have a meta. On the side of highways, there's like patches of green, and you just fucking set up a barbecue situation, like a mini barbecue situation. That's what this guy, catch this guy on the side of a highway. This is a corner store uncle, spends every weekend smoking Marlboro Golds and drinking tea with sweaty men outside the store. Then you find out one day he's an electrical engineer or Olympic marksman. 100%. This is a 100% lock from Mark Barr. Jandarma başçavuş. Oh, he was gendarme. So, military police. He casually walked in, took out his piece, took the shots, and just as casually walked out without even waiting for his medal. I think he's done this before under different circumstances, of course. No, Turkey is gendarme as well. No, he's just a soldier. He's a military police guy. Hand in pockets is crazy. A lot of people do that, apparently. Is even funnier with his Inspector Gadget nemesis. I love this guy. They do it to reduce any factors for potential movement. Oh, that makes sense. His name is Dikeç Yusuf. Yusuf Dikeç. Place of birth, Göksun. Place of residence, Mersin. Vay amına koyayım, Mersinli. Can you explain the pronunciation of Turkey changed? Türkiye is the actual Turkish pronunciation of the country's name.
Yusuf Dikeç.
Yeah, Yusuf Dikic. That's what I said. There was also another Turkish, I think it was a wrestler or a gymnast, that won, or not won, but like did the Kevin Gates dance, and I was so proud of my countrymen. Do you guys know? Did you see that one? Kerem Kazır? Yeah, oh, this. Bro, this shit made me so happy. This shit is global, dude. This shit is universal. Bro really pulled that Kevin Gates emote. Kevin Gates influence worldwide. Do you find yourself cheering more for Americans or Turks? Both. I mean, Turkey's the underdog always. So, like, always, of course, I cheer for Turkey. Because, like, what the fuck do the Turks have? You know what I mean? Let them have some gold, right? Let them hold a piece. But, like, when it comes to basketball, it's pretty hard to not root for the United States of America, baby. Every time I see LeBron James dunk, on a motherfucker, on my For You page, I become 10% more patriotic. You don't understand.
So I get money and y'all niggas just start hating.
Oh my God. I just met this guy in front of the JP Morgan office, bro.
What's your nickname?
Ham. What did you say, Clay said?
Clay said, I guess he just got his feelings hurt.
You feel a lot less pressure this finals run just because you are undermanned and you had some injuries as opposed to previous years?
Nah, I feel confident because I'm the best player in the world.
Does it bother you that so many people are happy to see you fail?
Absolutely not. Because at the end of the day, all the people that was rooting on me to fail, at the end of the day, they got...
Bro, it took me 3 scrolls to get to LeBron posting on my desktop For You page. Okay, 3. Like, I'm not lying when I say I love LeGoat, okay?
What's your nickname?
I met a few snakes and I really can't go back. I think it's hilarious how a lot of the tech words we use today basically come.
I got all the smoke today. You know, listen, we're gonna be Israel posting today. This is disgusting. This is 100% the equivalent of like putting up. I'm straight up saying it. This is literally being like, yo, Adolf, come talk. Like, come talk, please, at the U.S. Congress.
Are LaMelo Ball's basketball shoes actually any good? Well, I got a pair, and I'm gonna let you know if they're actually worth it.
No. It's good. It's not. Now he's flexing on you.
If LeBron was your father.
But yeah, go show this some love. Are we just scrolling on TikTok? I'm just looking, man. I'm just looking to see what's up. I saw there was some drama with the game. Cash was very mad at YPK Ray for ball hogging. These guys made a banger TikTok for you.
This is life in late stage capitalism.
Oh, I love this. This is a pretty good TikTok.
I wake up at 8 a.m. and immediately get hit with my morning thoughtvertisement.
Drink Shaboinky juice. Half the calories, twice the Shaboink.
I then fight my 8 roommates for space. Since Zillow now owns 100% of homes, this is our only option for living. For breakfast, my duplicate brings me my morning ration of trough slop, 100% processed. Then I go to my job as a full-time plasma donor. To pass the time, I watch my favorite 24/7 live stream.
Yo, it's Dystopian, and today we're gonna be siphoning memory from a duplicate. Hopefully there's something good. Oh, childhood trauma.
That's whack.
Just then, world-famous lonely hand model Mimi Moneybags walks in. Looks like she's doing a make-a-wish for a 36-year-old man dying of diabetes.
I can't believe I'm meeting you IRL. Can I use my last memory unit on you?
How pathetic.
She makes 15,000 gallons a year. That's a lot of water. Figuratively selling your body makes so much more than literally selling it. Then my girlfriend leaves me because I couldn't make my monthly girlfriend subscription payment.
You need to start donating more plasma.
I'm already donating the legal limit.
Well, why don't you just siphon some from your duplicate?
Maybe I should become a live streamer and move into Zillowville. Then I could probably afford a premium girlfriend and only need 3 roommates. Then I download Sleep Premium so I don't get hit with any dream advertisements. And that's my day.
People talk about late stage capitalism, but never bring up post game capitalism. That's good. Yes, I saw the Korean girl. I talked about it yesterday. Of course, dude. It's impossible. I mean, she's dope.
He's there. The world record is.
She's dope as fuck. Did you talk about Moist Critical? I did. What is going on right now? Why are chatters just asking me if I've like...
No. It's good. It's good. It's not.
Oh, I liked it. Okay.
Chad, you'll never do it.
Togi clips.
Chad, you'll never be able to do it. It's never gonna
Pirate
work.
software.
Twitch plays, YouTube subscribe.
Why does USA basketball never stay in the Olympic Village? They'll stay in hotels and sometimes even a yacht. USA Basketball Federation has the pockets to afford hotels off-site that cost up to $15 million. It's really just 2 reasons, the first being their celebrity status. Outside of a few other Olympians, NBA stars attract maybe the most attention of any athlete at the games. The other reason is
Dude, everyone's so excited to fucking see LeBron. It's crazy. I would be too. What? Heard a trans dude beat a woman in a boxing match at the Olympics today? I doubt that they let a man fight a woman. I think you're trying to say a trans woman beat a cis woman or something. But having a hard time coming to terms with that. But she isn't even trans. Oh, really? It's not even, is a cis woman? Nice. She's not even trans. She just has high testosterone. Classic. Classic. Yeah, they only allow rapists in the Olympics, not trans people. Yeah, I heard that story. That shit is crazy. She has a uterus and a vagina. Okay, but have you considered that I want to make transphobic content by just calling a cis woman a dude? Yeah, great stuff. Look at this. People constantly asking what is a woman. Surprisingly, they don't know what a woman actually is. Iman Khalif is a cis woman with naturally higher levels of testosterone. She's competed for years in boxing with no issues. As the satanic display at the opening ceremony wasn't enough, the Olympics glorifies men punching women in the face with the intent of knocking them unconscious. Iman Khalif is one of 2 male boxers fighting women at the Olympics. A woman is going to die. You know what's really funny about Riley Gaines is that, like, if I am a cis woman that looks like Riley Gaines, I'm the last person being transphobic and transvestigating other cis women that are kind of fucking yoked. But, like, she ain't stopping. You know what I mean? Her fucking broad ass clavicles have not stopped her from being actively in the transvestigation space for some weird reason. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you know you would be called a man in this situation, right? Meet Imane Khalif, a boxer who was banned from the Women's World Boxing Championship because he's a man. However, Khalif is being allowed to compete in the Women's Olympic boxing in Paris. Just another reason to boycott the Olympics. Just more normal stuff from the normal party being normal. Nick Merckx had a meltdown over this. Yes, dude. Nick Merckx is a perfect representation of what I talk about all the fucking time. Okay? He is a guy who was like a regular dude who probably thought like trans people are kind of weird or whatever. And then he started watching Matt Walsh videos and actively radicalized himself into being this like weird freak who constantly fucking thinks about trans people. Trans people are constantly on the mind, on the top of mind for him. He went down the pipeline, and it's only going to get worse. If someone who loves him, who's in his life, doesn't fucking tell him. Oh, seventh word is she. Yeah, also, Paula Radcliffe says tighter transgender rules are needed to avoid manipulation. Athlete who raped 12-year-old British girl shouldn't be banned from the Olympics, Paula Radcliffe tells LBC. Protecting the children, by the way. Ultimately, the reason why, for the record, like every anti-trans person inevitably arrives at transvestigation is because of the reality that gender is expression based, okay? It's not like scientific, and it's certainly not a fucking binary. Even the biological understanding of gender is outdated if you consider that to be male female as a binary, okay? Like outdated in scientific literature. And that's the problem. So if gender is simply a mechanism of expression and it's not a binary, after all, I myself am 6'4", 230 fucking pounds, and I'm a man. Ben Shapiro also is a man. He can't grow fucking facial hair. His voice doesn't sound all that manly, if you want to consider it under the rigid norms, rigid binary of gender. And he's like 5'3", with a very waifish physique. If we're both men, and we are both men, right? Cis men, as a matter of fact, then that should help you understand that like maybe it's not as binary as you think it is. Okay? So that's number one. Number two, gender is also simply the expression that you choose beyond your sex, okay? This is precisely the reason why you can't really tell who's trans and who's not trans. And that's why anyone who actively claims they can always tell end up yelling at a whole bunch of cis women and claim that a whole bunch of cis women are actually trans. That's why transvestigations inevitably happen when you go down that pipeline and you think anyone could be trans, technically. I suspect anyone and everyone could be trans. Yeah. This is my legendary tweet on it. Masculinity and femininity exist. Outward indicators of masculinity and femininity exist in nearly every human culture. Boys are taught to be more masculine in virtually every human culture because the role of men is not always the same as the role of women. 3.6 thousand likes. Ben, you're 5'3", can't grow facial hair, and weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. If we can both be considered men, you should probably be a bit more open-minded about gender expressions. It's clearly not as rigid a binary as you try to imply it is. 132,000. This is before Twitter was cucked. This ratio is so brutal, so devastating. Can you imagine a ratio like this happening on Twitter nowadays? Fuck no. What? Beating up little kids with grade scooter? What? Yeah. I altered the trajectory of Ben Shapiro's life with this take so hard. He started growing facial hair afterwards. I'm a cis woman who constantly gets mistaken for a man since I was super young. These trans folks barely know what they're talking about. Exactly. Like, there is no, like, it doesn't make sense. It's just like,
What's your name?
There's no rigid rules here. And people that try to fucking act like there are, oftentimes don't even fit the societal roles that they claim. Like, does anybody think Ben Shapiro is like a fucking super masculine guy? Like, what are we talking about? It's reductive to equate gender to gender expression, though, just saying. Oh. Gender is most closely associated with the expression. That is the way that people... I know that there's an internal expression, internal experience as well. Please stop being fucking annoying. I'm talking to intro-level people, okay? Introductory conversations surrounding gender in the easiest way to understand is going to be had in the way that I'm having it, not in the way that you want to have it. Okay? I'm so, dude, come on. I've been doing this for 10 fucking years at this point. Please let me do this. I have de-radicalized and actively fucking made transphobic people not be transphobic for the past 10 fucking years. One of the most successful things I'm able to do. Please. Okay? Please. Let me do this. Please. All right? I know what I'm doing. Okay, don't fucking yell at that chatter either. Calm down. What? HasanAbi, it's hilarious how you would call Republicans out on everything other than starting a war in Ukraine by organizing a coup d'etat and working with unelected government. What? Was that even Republicans? Unless you're talking about George W. Bush? I mean, which, if you think George W. Bush had no involvement in Ukraine, or at least I haven't talked about it, you're wrong. I have talked about it. Anyway.
I'm gonna be very real here for a second. As you can probably tell, I've been crying a little bit. I always get these comments, but like recently it kind of ramped up. I get comments being called a man and being called masculine and asking if I'm on steroids. There will always be negative people out there, and they put women in a box, and they think of women should be fragile and petite and quiet and meek, but that's not the case. Women can be strong, and they can have broad shoulders, and they can take up space, and they can be big. I think I'm getting emotional because I feel very passionate about this. Don't let anybody try to define or dictate how you feel about yourself. You get to decide that.
Like, this is so sad, brother. You're just like fucking dickhead. You know what I mean? You're just a dickhead. You're a bad person. You're a bad person and you're a fucking dickhead for making someone feel this way. That's it. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like you're a bully. You're a fucking loser. You are a sad, pathetic worm. And your existence on this planet is so sad every day that you have to make other people feel bad. Okay? And you closely associate that bullying with like political praxis. This is what it's like to be a right winger. Okay? That's what it is. It's just vice signaling all the fucking time, making it seem like when you bully people that you think are worse than you, that you categorize as weaker than you, that you categorize as like marginalized, and then you pounce on them, you feel like you've done some shit, you know? Weirdo MAGA freaks transvestigated American rugby star and Olympian Ilana Meyer, and God bless her for calling out these creeps. Keep calling these conservative assholes weird because they are, and they're going to lose in November because of it. Like, think about that. Think about that. That's so stupid. Like, people are so incredibly brain broken, especially online, that they think that they can say whatever the fuck they want without their name or face being associated with it, that they just run around showcasing the worst of humanity.
I think you were trying to roast me, but this is actually a fact. I do have a BMI of 30. Well, 29.3 more. To be very real here for a second, as you can probably tell, I've been crying a little. Overweight my whole life. In middle school, elementary school, high school, I was always considered overweight. I remember vividly one time in high school, I did turn in a physical to the office, and right at the bottom of the page, it said overweight. And I was so embarrassed.
Me too. I mean, I was actually fat though. But even still to this day, my BMI says I'm overweight. Actually, let's look at it right now. 230 pounds. BMI calculator. Let's see. Calculate your body mass index. I am 6'4", and I am 230 pounds. 28. Yeah, I'm on the top. My BMI right now is 28.0. I'm at the end of overweight. I'm almost obese. BMI of 30 or greater is obese. BMI is an incredibly outdated mechanism for trying to fucking figure out whether you're healthy or not. Can you imagine? Can you imagine looking at someone like myself and being like, he is incredibly overweight? It's ridiculous. It does not account.
Heavens to Betsy.
What is this? Moist critical situation is crazy. It does not account for actual like muscle mass. It does not take muscle mass into consideration. I can't believe you just sent this to me with 59 fucking seconds with 0 views. You are such a moist critical dick rider. This is the only time I will allow it because he's getting fucking cooked online for being pro-trans. Yeah. This man's BMI. This is me this morning working out, looking yacked, okay? Looking yacked as a motherfucker. My BMI is literally, he did the thing. He did do that. My BMI says I'm almost obese. I'm near obese. Yo, how do I look like that? Keep working out. A little bit of gyno, true. Actually, my tits are popping nowadays. I don't even care about that. Why is your DELT definition so insane? Is it? What's the weight goal? 215, probably. I mean, at 215, I'll be peeled. Are you pumped in this photo? I mean, this is probably towards the end of my workout. But I'm not like flexing or anything. Narcissistic arc of HasanAbi streams are really off-putting. Will Neff is my league of his own. Brother, your username is dedicated to Will Neff, my best friend, who literally loves himself even more than I do. Have you watched a Will Neff stream? Like, that's crazy. You just said I'm being narcissistic and off-putting. Will Neff has never had a moment where his shirt is not off. Okay? Like, you're like, no, it's fine. It's fine when he does it. I just don't like it when you do it. Yeah, but Will is endearing. Exactly. It's endearing when he does it. Hello, human resources, when Hasan does it. Anyway. Are you watching the Moist video? Yes.
What a week, huh, sports fans? Holy Toledo. Yeah, so Moist Critical's in a big oopsie-poopsie situation here. It reminds me of the time in Moonfall when KC Houseman sacrifices himself and dies of cringe to become the moon. Yeah, so, being serious now, since this has become such a big issue, I've been in a lot of drama recently. I'm in hot water, and I'm biting on the fart bubbles that pop up in the bathtub here. It is a lot. So let's start with the most recent one today. My retirement. I didn't know I was retiring. That's news to me. I'm as shocked as all of you are. I had a ton of fun last night playing a game called Clickleding, which is basically like a cuckoldry simulator, but for clicking against like the Lorax in a hotel room. And I just did like an old school gameplay commentary video. I was bubbly, full of jubilation. I posted it today only to learn that I'm just a big old fucking liar. Liar, liar, plants for hire, I suppose.
Dude, it's crazy. Bro, this is literally happened to me. Remember when I fucking was in my own Discord, like responding to chatters, and some chatters were saying dumb shit, and I was like, I'm gonna kill myself. Responded to a chatter. And then that shit was literally posted out of context. And I'm having the fucking time of my life in Australia with my friends and shit. And then I start getting fucking calls from normies who saw tweets being like, oh, Hasan is killing himself. He's like really fucking sad. And because I don't have Twitter on my phone, I have no idea that this is what's popping. Way to make someone else's drama about you again. I'm a political commentator, or a commentator in general online, and so is he. It's not me making the drama about myself. It's just me saying, like, this is a very commonplace thing that happens on Twitter. So it's not that surprising that it happened to Charlie, but it is surprising that this is like a thing that happens so frequently. It's called sharing an experience with a person who you are relating to, while also simultaneously doing commentary over it. I hope you understand that, chatter. You know? Yeah, wow, an accurate parallel. How narcissistic. It's very weird. People are so fucking negative. You just watch YouTube and explain why genocide is bad. I will never understand the hate. No, that's the reason why. Because people are like, no, genocide is good. That's what it is. But anyway, the real reason why I mentioned this from my own personal experience and how this has happened to me as well is not to be like, look at me. This is about me or whatever. But the real reason is like, how is this a thing? Like, how have we gotten to a point online where we're just like, I don't even give a fuck what the reality is. I just care about like what people who are aligned with me are saying about the reality. Nobody fucking investigates it. Nobody looks into it at all. And we just kind of see it. I mean, I kind of did it too. I was like, oh, it seems like he's taking a step back from the podcast or something. But I wasn't even fully talking about him retiring. I was actually talking about him getting canceled by people earlier in the day. That was real. Right-wingers were fucking actually trying to cancel him for his normal statements about like trans medical care. But like, it is a fascinating situation where people can just like make stuff up about you. And if you don't immediately address it, they're like, nope, it happened. And sometimes, depending on whether they hate you or not, okay, depending on whether they hate you or not, it literally turns into like, I don't even believe you. Because there was hella people that were like, I don't believe you, dog. You wanted to kill yourself. You had a gun in your mouth.
Apparently, and I didn't know this until I posted the video, everyone was under the impression that I was quitting the internet. So I started scratching at the hair on my chinny chin, wondering, when the fuck did that happen? Was I sleepwalking? Do I have somnambulism? Is this some kind of like, Fight Club situation? But instead of like Tyler Durden, I have fucking Charles Turden here that's just making wrong announcements. It turns out the patient zero behind all of this was a post Jackson made announcing that I would be leaving the podcasts, which is something I thought about periodically for quite a few months now, mainly because I started to recognize that I was becoming the very thing I'd make fun of with being chronically online. Like, I just was always online, and the podcasts were a big proponent of that, and I just kind of wanted to scale back the amount of time I spend online, and I kept Jackson in the loop the whole time here about where my head was at, and last week I told him, hey man, I think this is going to be where I hang up the jersey, you can put it in the rafters, throw it in the dumpster, but I think I'm just going to be, sailing off into the sunset here and just reducing the amount of stuff I do online. Which he completely understood, so he made the announcement just letting people know that, and then that got spun on Twitter and Reddit as Moist Critical's taking an indefinite hiatus and quitting the internet, fundamentally. Don't know when I'll be back, he's done with the internet because of all this controversy. Patooey on his grave, he's gone. When looking at the post, I don't even know where that's coming from. It's literally just talking about the podcast and me just stepping away. Like, it doesn't extend beyond that. I can't even wrap my tiny noodle around how anyone could perceive this as me being done with.
Isn't his podcast with a reaction to a Turkish dude living in Germany calling you a pedophile one time? I don't know. I don't even know how to access Moist Critical's podcast. I do know that one of his homies that he has on his podcast, I think. I don't know if he's like he's on it all the time or not, but he fucking hates me, the Turkish dude. He fucking hates me. His name is Kaya. Yeah. Like, he's weird as fuck. I like Charlie. I think he's a nice person. We don't always agree on stuff. Sometimes I feel like he just leans in a little bit too much to the centrist stuff. But overall, one of his homies fucking hates me. Which is weird because he's Turkish. Kaya's also said a lot of pedo and incel shit in the past week. Wait, you mean to tell me another guy who just fucking hates me and has called me a pedophile has said pedophilic things? What? I mean, yeah.
She just died? Wow. I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time. She led an amazing life. What else can you say? She was an amazing woman. Whether you agreed or not, she was an amazing woman who led an amazing life. I'm actually saddened to hear that. I am saddened to hear that. Thank you very much.
My favorite clip of all time. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. But it's not even Like that, what you just told me about this dude who I've never seen, who I have no idea what he looks like. I think we might have watched a video many, many years ago, because I just only kind of remember that like some dude that Moist was on a podcast with was just like fucking saying unhinged shit about me. But you're telling me he said some fucking weird shit?
Because then it would look like I'm just trying to kick the ass of someone who's like trying to do something good by like exposing the system for
What is this? I'm not gonna watch this 4 minutes, okay? He says it's not weird to ask an 8-year-old for upskirt photos, unbased and pedo pilled. That's a yikes for me. Okay, I don't even fucking care. I'm not gonna look at this clip. I don't give a shit. It's 4 minutes long. All I'm saying is it's not shocking.
The internet entirely, but that's the story that they ran with, and that's what most people saw, not the actual post. So everyone thought I was quitting the internet, so I posted that video that I was really happy with because it just felt like an OG old school video that made me happy. And then bang! Just a flood of comments and dislikes all saying shit like, how could you fucking deceive us? I thought you quit, huh? What happened to leaving, huh? I just read this post on Twitter from an account that had a profile pic of titties photoshopped onto Thomas Edison that said you were done, and it had 50,000 likes, so I know it was true, and you're just a fucking liar. I can't even just peacefully walk away from some projects without it being a massive fucking reaction.
This literally is the absolute worst aspect of especially new Twitter. Like, this has always been a case online. This has always been an issue online for sure. But nowadays with Twitter, it's just like, the more fake your information is, the more you spread misinformation, the fucking more clout that you get. Very strange stuff overall. Okay. Very weird shit. Literally, the truth does not matter. What matters is engagement farming. What matters is like sticking to a fucking narrative. And in this circumstance, okay, in this circumstance, for what? In this circumstance, it's like, oh, Charlie's quitting online. He's done. He's done forever. And then everybody fucking runs with it.
Over actual nothing burger information. And trust me, no one has a palate more refined for nothing burgers than...
He's just now feeling a taste of what you get daily? I know. Why didn't Sneeko get canceled for saying pedo shit? Brother, because he's a right-wing guy. He's a right-wing troll. I think at a certain point, y'all are going to understand that when you're like a right-wing troll, you get this perma shield. Okay? Is it true that you're leaving Fear and letting Porter Robinson play replace you full time? Exactly. Yeah, you got the vice signaling shield. It's the same reason why, like, when you align with like right-wing people and you just like promote right-wing values, even if you marginally moderate to the middle, people will love that. They'll be like, oh my God, look at Barstool fucking Dave Porter. Right? Or Dave Portnoy, Pork Boy, not Porter. Or, I don't know, Aiden Ross. He's like now apparently fucking talking shit about his own community being like super far right when it's like, bro, you literally scream the F slur on a regular fucking basis. Right? It's because like the right is, as long as you say the right things that they want to hear, they don't give a fuck what you believe.
Than me. I have ranted about the stupidest shit of all time, but this was mind-boggling even for me. So to set the record straight, no, I'm not retiring, despite what the experts are telling you.
That podcast clip was AI, by the way. Okay.
All I did was walk...
You talk shit about your community, so how is that relevant? Wait, what? More relevant than $6 a month? What are you doing? Are you trying to do a fucking 3-minute debate? Is that what you're doing? That's a double one. We're not doing two-parters. You're banned for the day. But yes, 3-minute ad break.
Walk away from a couple of projects. Like that's really it. Like that's a pretty normal thing to do, especially when one of them I've been doing for like live.
I remember peeping a streamer roast you about it, then later on admitting in stream that his social battery was running out, that he was feeling burnout law. That's awesome.
I wasn't talking about Ava Tyson because I wanted the Mr. Beast collab. And I talked about how absurd that statement was, especially given his history with fighting against the age of consent. He's been very vocal about how much he hates the age of consent, and so I talked about that briefly at the end of the video, which then changed the whole narrative for a lot of people, where I never talked about Ava Tyson and only talked about Sneeko. So it was a complete lose-lose, because if I didn't talk about what Sneeko was saying, I would have been called a coward for not addressing it and talking about, like, well, he was going to cover for Mr. Beast until Sneeko called him out. So, like, if I didn't do it, I would have been attacked. I did do it, still got attacked. It really was unwinnable. But from that spawned a conversation where I talked to Sneeko directly, because he was very upset that I was talking about how him rallying against the age of consent is pedophile arguments, like defending pedophilia. As I've said since the very beginning of this channel, I'm always willing to engage with people I disagree with.
He used they them pronouns in an attempt not to misgender her. Specifically didn't use he him. He doesn't clarify that very well here. Remember, like, for a lot of normies, like, trans stuff is difficult to parse through. It's not that simple. Even I fuck up sometimes, and I'm like, you know, I've been with it. I've been with the shits for quite some time.
And I thought that maybe there was a chance I misunderstood what he was trying to say, even though it's still abhorrent. I thought, okay, maybe he's not actually trying to defend pedophilia. He's like some kind of pseudo-intellectual debate bro who's trying to say something else. So I was willing to hear him out on it, and I talked to him in DMs, and he said he doesn't believe in the age of consent. He believes in the age of marriage, can't assign a number to it, but said that when someone can legally drive, they should be able to marry at the same time, which is literally like a 15 or 16.
Wait, what? As Muslims, we believe it is our duty to follow the law of the land. Bro, there's... Oh my God. This motherfucker saying he's Muslim is so annoying, bro. I swear to God. Dude, I fucking hate adult reverts who, especially on the influencer side, fucking act like they are converting for content, specifically participate in the discourse as the most memed out version of Islam. Okay? I fucking hate these LARPers. Oh my God. And you know what I hate? Even as much as these fucking LARPers, all the dumb fucking Muslims living in diaspora who eat that shit up, who also are like so incredibly fucking reactionary and also lean into that shit. And it makes me so unimaginably mad because you are basically playing a minstrel show for some of the most right-wing fucking shitheads to point to you and go, look at these barbaric monkeys who believe in all of the worst shit. The white Christians also believe that same shit, mind you, but they can still point to you and fucking turn around and go, all of you Muslims are like this. Okay? I hate that shit so fucking much. I hate it. Okay? So part of the reason why I also openly will tell you all the fucking time that I am Muslim. Okay? And a lot of dumb fucking Muslim dudes on TikTok and shit don't see it. And it pisses me off so much. Bro, they literally think we're all fucking weirdos here, okay? In the Western world, the understanding of Islam is so fucking distorted. They do not see it as this religious belief. They think it's all like fucking people who love doing pedophilia and shit. So when you got a fucking psycho who looks at Islam and goes, oh, wow, I am actually Muslim because I'm conservative. I am actually Muslim because I think women should marry at the early age of 15. That shit fucking breaks my mind, okay? Anyway, I say this as someone who, for those of you who don't know, I say this as someone whose name is Hassan, who is Muslim, who grew up in a fucking Muslim country before people go, oh, that white boy's talking shit about Muslims, okay? Motherfuckers are like, oh yeah, no, I love Islam. I love doing Sharia law. And it's like, bro, shut up. Shut the fuck up. You grew up in like New Jersey or some shit. Like, what the fuck do you mean? You come from a fucking Christian family. All of a sudden you're like, oh, I love Islam because I want to marry children. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck is this shit? What is happening here? So I do hate it. I do especially fucking hate it when like dumb motherfuckers who are actually genuine Muslims themselves who get very excited at the prospect of a Christian person converting to Islam, who get very excited at like, you know, an American guy converting to Islam because they love the Quran. That's what happened. Like they believe it's genuine and they don't realize how damaging that shit is. Anyway.
Should be able to marry at the same...
Look at this. He's saying it. As Muslims, we believe it is our duty to follow the law of the land at the age of 15. I hate that.
...time, which is literally like a 15 or 16-year-old, because you get your permit at 15, your license at 16, and both are way too young to be marrying. That shit is completely unacceptable. It is downright disgusting. He then said that he was happy to discuss it in a call, which I said I was willing to hear him out on, and he said that he would do it later because he was outside doing an IRL stream in Turkey. So, I was willing to hear him out because, again, if this is some kind of crazy misunderstanding, I'd like to know that because it'd be really fucking scary for someone in his position with his level of influence to be actually advocating for adults marrying and fucking children. That's a huge problem. That's a big fucking problem. So if there was something that he was like trying to say but failing to do so, I was willing to at least hear it. And this is where the infamous debate came from. The debate that people are calling the debate of the century. I'm kidding, not a single soul on the planet said that. It's actually one of the most dogshit debates I think human beings have ever had. He eventually called me on Discord. I was under the impression this was just him and I talking. I had no idea this was going to be a debate. I thought he was going to try and explain himself like, hey, no, this isn't actually what I meant. This is what I'm trying to say. I thought this was a conversation between him and I, not this kind of debate show that he was putting on for his audience. There is nothing in our DMs that indicated that's where it was going. When I joined the call, he asked if I was going to record it, to which I said, I can if he wants me to, but I was also down to just talk. So I thought maybe he wanted it as a recording to like explain to people like, no, he's not actually a pedophile defender or advocating for that kind of thing.
Bro, what are you doing, man? What are you doing? This dude is not, like, this dude is a charlatan. He's a fucking demon. I don't know why you thought that you would just like let him fucking farm you. It makes me so mad. Oh.
So I thought that is why he asked. I didn't know it was because it was being streamed. Especially because one of his last DMs was about how he's doing an outside IRL stream and he would call me after. To me that says when he's done streaming, that's when we'll talk, not as a part of his stream. I didn't know this was a debate nor a stream until about an hour and 40 into it, roughly somewhere in that ballpark. I am not a debater.
I need to fly back down to fucking Florida, cook his ass in the courts again, dude. That's what I need to do.
I've never claimed to be one. I never want to be a debater. I've always said that I believe conversations are the most productive because debates always devolve into what side can score the most points by explaining their thought process.
It's just like Sneeko. Sneeko is not a serious person. He is just like a perfect grifter, okay? He both is a, I guess, Muslim. I didn't even fucking know that. While also simultaneously is a fucking Nazi. Like, why the fuck? Why is anybody having a conversation with this guy? I just don't understand it.
Even if the position is wrong, whereas a conversation is a very different thing to me. So I didn't even know that's what this was. So obviously I was unprepared for a fucking debate. So I entered into the Thunderdome and we started talking. I made it clear that I found his statements on the age of consent and children marrying adults being fucking hideous. Absolutely revolting. And then he started arguing about, well, what is a child? We must define a child, you know. It's not actually being under 18. It's all a bunch of hooey. And I really think if you have to start arguing about, well, what technically is a child, you're already way too far gone. Like, that is so fucking weird. And in no uncertain terms, multiple times throughout the debate, Sneeko says that he is okay with people that are aged 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 marrying adults that are 18 or older.
We're talking globally. Let's just talk globally. Like, do you think it is okay for, I'm not talking about just you specifically anymore, anyone. Do you think it's okay for anyone in their 20s, an adult, to marry a 15 or 16-year-old?
A 21-year-old, if there was a marriage where the father consented and the daughter consented, and it was both good on both families and they wanted to do it, why am I going to get involved? Why should we get the government involved?
Even get back a little bit. Do you think there's not a problem with a
Predation. Okay? That's the difference between, like, gay people, adults, having a consensual relationship, which hurts no one, versus, like, an adult having sex with a child, which is pedophilia, because the child can't consent. A child can't consent. Therefore, the adult in that situation is taking advantage of a child not having all their mental faculties in order. Why is this a conversation that we're having? That is very harmful for the child's development, okay? That's why we have laws around this sort of thing. Age of consent laws. Very, very weird. Very weird. Doesn't make sense. Marriage does not change that reality. It is still predation. You're being a predator. I did not actually think that the libertarian attitude towards age of consent laws and child marriages, which is not so subtle defenses, not so subtle defenses of pedophilia, would be actively had. Like, debates surrounding pedophilia would be actively had in 2024, the year of our holy Lord. I did not think that this was where the right would go so openly. What happened to shame? What happened to decency? This is so fucking gross.
Child being with an adult.
Okay. We haven't even agreed upon what a child and an adult is. You keep saying that it's 18.
Under 18 is child.
And I'm
Over 18
telling
is
you,
adult.
that's not even the definition of the word.
What is the number? There needs to be a number, or else you can do the same thing.
I just told you there's not a number.
Do you see why that's a problem?
No.
If there's no defined... So why can't a 12-year-old marry an 18-year-old?
Because most 12-year-olds haven't gone through puberty yet. And most 12-year-olds...
as you just said, it changes. What if a 12-year-old went through puberty early, the parents consent, the 18-year-old and the parents consent? Can they do it?
Most likely that's not going to happen. You know why? Because Islamically, if
we're not talking most likely, just say it.
If the families have consented...
What do you mean Islamically, bro? What are you saying? Dude, he's in Turkey right now, okay? And most Turkish people would look at what he's saying and go, what the fuck are you saying, dog? Are there people who would make this argument in Turkey? Absolutely. We have our hogs as well. Okay? We of course have our hogs as well. Şeriatçılar gibi konuşuyor abi, kafayı yiyeceğim ha. Amına koduğum sanki hayvan oğlu hayvan hayatı boyunca köyde büyümüş şeriat parçası, şeriatta büyümüş herif 12 yaşında kız İslam'a göre evlenebilir falan diyor ya. Böyle bir şey olabilir mi? Like, once again, the overwhelming consensus in Turkey would be that this is gross. A Muslim country. Are there people who would make this argument? Definitely. Okay? Definitely. But those guys are not exactly the norm. As a matter of fact, they are people that we in Turkey also fucking yell about on a regular basis. You cannot escape hogs. Okay? You can't escape hog culture. Hogs are universal. Okay? We have our version of them in Turkey as well, just like America has their version in the United States of America. The universality of hogs, however, aligns on the principle of abolishing age of consent and defending dating and marrying children by justifying it with religion. The issue, however, is that in the Western world, people think that the entirety of Islam is like this and it's monolithic. Aynen, tarikatçı, manyak ya.
The kid is mature, the kid is ready. Why should I stop
at 12 years old? At 12 years old.
If the kid is physically mature, the parents consent, both parties are happy.
A 12-year-old being physically mature.
If it's...
What? Siniko'nun İslam'ı sahiplenmesi ve kendini Türkiye ile ilişkilendirmesi konusunda nasıl hissediyorsanız, İsrail'in kendini Yahudilikle bir tutması konusunda ben de aynı şekilde hissediyorum. Ben Yahudi bir adamım ama bu dili kullanıyorum çünkü ben bir pan-Türkistim. Ve Amerika'nın aslında Türkiye'nin bir parçası olduğunu anlıyorum. Bro, please, this can't be Google Translate, right? Bro, this dude's... I have to read it out loud. I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, it's gotta be Google Translate. Okay. That's crazy. He said the way you feel about Sneeko taking ownership over Islam and Turkey is the way I feel about Israel taking ownership over Judaism. I'm a Jewish man, but I use the language, the Turkish language, because I'm a pan-Turkist. And I believe that America is actually a part of Turkey, greater Turkey. You fucking asshole.
That's the only line that actually makes sense.
Again, I don't think a 14-year-old can ever be physically mature.
Mm-hmm. Even though they literally can. Even though.
What do you mean? Whoa, dude, what? How did nobody yell at him over this? Why did more people try to fucking cancel Moist Charlie Critical Penguinzo over him agreeing to the scientific community's consensus, medical professionals' consensus on like trans medical care for young adults and minors, okay? While simultaneously no one was paying attention to what's going on here. This guy's like legitimately saying the most pedophilic shit you've ever heard.
Nobody actually defines that. It's fine.
I don't believe so. I was 14 once. I actually had a mustache when I was 14. Would you have looked at me and said I was physically mature enough to get married?
If you were physically mature, if you were mature, yes, I would. Okay.
Really? When I was 14.
Yeah. If you were 14 and you were ready to go and you met another 14-year-old, yes, I would.
No. We're talking adults. You keep going back to that.
That is adult.
I met.
I told you my definition.
I
I told you the definition.
Adult.
The definition. Okay. If you went through puberty, you're an adult. That's the definition of adult. So yes, if you're an adult and you had a mustache, you're ready to get married, fine. Okay.
Not defending Ava Tyson, but if she said this stuff, it would be a whole different story, bro. Oh my God, that is actually a really good point. Like Ava Chris Tyson said some weird ass shit to a fucking 13-year-old, okay, in a Discord server. If she was joking or very straightforwardly, unironically saying these exact same words, oh my God. Oh my God. I was going to say people would try to kill her, but like she's already trans. So...
Okay. Unironically saying a 14-year-old adult, I think, would make most sensible people want to puke. There's so many instances of this, and a lot of the conversation was spent with him talking about like overseas age of consent, like talking about how Japan's age of consent was 13 for the longest time, this and that. But
Ew.
The whole thing.
What is that? Dude, this is like, bro. Dude. This is like libertarian shit. Across the board. Oh my God, this is peak libertarian conversation.
Was like pulling teeth, and it was fucking painful. And I think it's extremely alarming perspective to have. Unironically calling a 14-year-old and 12-year-old mature enough for a marriage, those are middle schoolers. Like, holy shit. I think that is extremely concerning to be advocating for something like that. Like, would Sneeko be okay if his best friend ended up marrying a 14-year-old? He certainly shouldn't be. No one should be okay with something like that. Like, that's fucking terrible. That is actually terrible. But now, since I wasn't, like, holding him to this topic or making...
That's crazy. Nick Merckx did a fucking react. Just straight transphobia reacts all the way. Nick Merckx's channel...
YouTube, what's going on
Nick
today?
Merckx's channel went from video games to just only talking about drama reactions and just... right-wing grifting. Oh my God. His college football videos get 100,000 views. His fucking transphobia videos, okay? Moist Critical and Sneeko are both out of their minds. Extreme centrism. 400,000 views. Oh, right-wing grifting is so fucking profitable. It's crazy, dude. He's playing with Michigan is dog shit. This Elon Musk situation is upsetting.
Sure it stayed on the topic I thought we were talking about. It went all over the place with a ton of different things, but the big one, and this is what most people have focused on, which was my response to his question about kids transitioning. And the way he would pose that question would be by asking if I thought it was okay if kids who want to switch their gender go to the doctor and get their dick cut.
His stream viewership continues to decline, so it makes total sense to grift. I mean, yeah.
Cut off. Is it okay if a 9-year-old goes to a doctor and gets their cock cut off right then and there? And when posed with that question, I replied with yes. And I've talked about this on stream many, many times now, and I'll talk about it again here. I thought he was talking in hyperbole. I thought he was just exaggerating, being over the top, talking about the entire subject of transitioning. I had no idea that any living, breathing human being actually thought that that's how transitioning works, where you just go into a doctor saying, I feel like...
Yeah, like, that's not how it works. Problem is, Charlie, you're living in the real world where you are exercising what is unfortunately a forgotten art, which is called critical thinking, where you think to yourself, of course, you don't just like walk into a chop shop where there's like a tiny guillotine, okay? And they immediately slap that guillotine on your cock. And they're like, oh, you're fucking trans now. Like, that's not how that works. Except it doesn't matter that that's not how that works. Because in the world of right-wing commentary, that is exactly how everything works. It's not about what the truth is. It's about what right-wingers have decided what the truth is. Okay? Yeah, they're going to fucking West Coast Customs, dude. Like you're fucking driving your car in after evading the police, okay? And the door closes and you come out with a new spray paint. That's how it is. That's how gender confirmation works.
Switching genders and they lay you down on the operating table and just snip your whole fucking meat off. I didn't know that that's what he actually believed. I didn't know he was speaking literally. I thought he was just referring to the entire process of transitioning and just using this over-the-top statement to encapsulate all of it. Because you literally cannot get that surgery unless you are 18. Like, you actually have to go out of your way to be that stupid on the topic than you would just spending a couple of seconds looking.
And here come all the fucking psychopathic right-wing weirdos who could be like, actually, in this extreme scenario, it did happen one time. So I guess you're owned. And it's like, oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. You did not fucking win this conversation. You were just a psycho. You literally made it seem like you could just walk into a fucking clinic and get an over-the-counter penis snipping operation. And then you turn around and you're like, well, in this one extreme case, it did fucking happen one time. For a completely irrelevant reason, and the person wasn't even like trans or whatever. But hey, guess what? It did happen, so you owned.
Looking it up. There are very rare cases where someone under 18 has had...
You lose the second this conversation starts. There's no winning these debates. Brother, if you were to cave and capitulate the right-wing framing on every issue, you could say that about virtually every issue, man. The right have captured the online marketplace. The right have captured mainstream media on a lot of issues. Crime is out of control. It's not, but it doesn't fucking matter because it feels like it is because the media keeps telling me it is. Trans people are doing crimes and are pedophiles. It's not the case, but it doesn't matter because everyone keeps saying it feels like it is. So maybe we should just, you know, have the conversation on the boundaries they want to have it. Okay? Yeah, no matter what happens, yes, it always feels like it's a moot point because you just can't fucking talk to these animals because they're like a brick wall, right? You just can't do anything. But that should never stop you from advocating for the correct things, for the truth, okay?
That surgery performed. That's not common. So I really didn't think that someone could be so dumb on the topic. I thought he was just speaking in hyperbole, which is my mistake. I should have been more clear instead of making an assumption that he was talking about something nuanced in an over-the-top way. I haven't hid this take, and it's not a new take from me. I've talked about this a couple times throughout the years on stream. I have no complaints if a kid gets interested in transitioning and starts talking to their family about it. So their parents start talking to doctors, the kid starts talking to...
I wonder if he knows someone who's like trans in his immediate life, because this is like, this is genuinely a breath of fresh air, I would say. And it's shockingly uncommon, especially for someone who's like a normie. Like, it is, like, it shouldn't be Omega based or whatever, right? But like, this is unfortunately a shockingly uncommon position in the United States of America amongst like people who are not super tapped into this kind of stuff. However, it is of course the literal consensus of the scientific community and medical professionals. So like, you know, sucks, but we are so far removed from reality on the matter. But I'm really happy to see that he is like, you know, abiding by the medical community's prescriptions and research and data and consensus on what to do with trans teenagers instead of just like hyperventilating.
The doctors and therapists and all of this, because the process of transitioning is one that takes place over the course of many years. It's not something that just happens like that. And I'm also not afraid to admit that I am not the most educated when it comes to transitioning. I am not someone that has a ton of knowledge about the subject to be speaking on it in a really in-depth manner. But even I know these very surface level things that everyone has easy access to understand. It is a long process. And I have no problems at all if a kid gets interested in that process and starts going through that process with proper care. And then when they reach the age where they can consider that surgery and decide they want to do it, then that's all power to them. That's entirely up to them. They have reached that age. They can now do that surgery if they want to. That is not a surgery that's being offered to like a 9-year-old who just says, I feel like changing genders today. It's just not how it works. And I didn't think that that's what was actually being discussed because it's so fucking silly. Now, I'm sure there's some really fringe cases you can point to where that kind of thing did happen, but it's not common. Thus, I didn't think that's what was being referred to in the conversation. And it is, again, my mistake for not recognizing that at that moment, it was being spoken about literally. So all that shit that people keep dogpiling and spouting about me about how I want all kids to go out there and get their genitals chopped off is just fucked up. Like, it's so ridiculous. I recognize I did a horrible job of arguing in this debate, which isn't surprising considering I don't debate. This is not something that's in my skill set, which of course led to some embarrassingly dog shit arguments. Like the one I've seen people reference a couple times is when I briefly mentioned sports in this topic. It was a stupid point to try and make. I was getting hit by like some rebound psychic damage listening to some of the drivel brain rot that Sneeko was spouting about the age of consent. And I don't know why I thought this was like an argument to try and make, but I brought up.
Was way impressed, especially when he didn't necessarily have the talking points down and ready to go, but stayed committed as he was being an ally here. It would have been easy to back off it and pretend that it just didn't happen. Dude, I respect this so much. This is... Dude, I take back everything I said about Charlie sometimes being a fucking fence sitter. This is one issue where, like, he would make the most by just never talking about it ever, or even, dare I say, taking a transphobic position, a transphobic stance. Like, this is holy shit. Like, this is so, I have so much more respect for him after this. Like, I've liked him. I'm not shy about that. I say that all the time. I think he's a nice dude. But overall, this is one issue online where they will cook your ass, brother. They will cook your fucking ass. It is legitimately shocking that he just straight up, openly was like, I'm not even well equipped to defend these positions, but I think it's the most humane approach to the subject matter. I'm not the best debater. I think debates are loser shit, which I agree. They are. And it has nothing to do with like the reality or the truth or anything like that. It's just about yapping and talking points and being able to fucking push them out as quickly as possible to make it seem like you won to your side. But ultimately, this is an honorable thing that he has done. You talked about just the situation on the pod with Charlie not giving troll space by responding to them.
We weren't sure you were a Florida resident until a recent video where you pulled out some very scary guns.
Yes, I have some very scary toys.
Yep. Oh my God.
So I
thought you were about to pull one out.
I just start blasting.
That is very
I have
Florida.
one tucked here in my gym short.
It
It's
is
like a Call of Duty
But
gun.
It is actually
wasn't
like a Call of
super
Duty skin.
tactical. It was tasteful.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't overkill.
Yeah. And
it
there's
wasn't
a
an
concept.
RPG,
There's
right?
there's a
Yeah, we had this conversation. We had this conversation with Charlie about like about like giving in to right-wing trolls, specifically about Sneeko, as a matter of fact, back then.
Sports in this subject, and I was going to try and elaborate on it, but didn't at all. What I was going to try and say is that when a kid gets interested in a sport, they'll talk to their parents about it, they'll research the sport, you know, go through the process of learning about it. And when it comes to transitioning, it's still a process where you talk to your family about it, you learn about it. Like, it wasn't a point where I was trying to say, well, changing genders is a lot like picking between baseball and soccer. Like, that's not what I was trying to get at, but because I didn't elaborate on it and it really wasn't a good argument to try and make in the first place, that's one people have harped on a lot. And I get it. Like I said, I am not a debater. Like, I didn't go in here expecting a debate. So I had nothing prepared here for this inundation of outrageous questions and tangents. Like, there was a point where Sneeko was trying to get me to say white power. Like, the whole thing was a fucking mess. It was, without a doubt, probably the worst debate that video has ever been cursed with. And I really regret not doing a better job here. It's not something I should have even done in the first place. I just have a tendency to really hope for the best out of people, and I was really hoping that I and most people were wrong about Sneeko's perspective on the age of consent. However, unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be the case. He was very adamant about this position, and I did a terrible job in arguing with him, and I did a terrible job of articulating my beliefs. I am supportive of the LGBTQ+, and I have been, and that's not something I've been shy about. I just wish I did a better job of expressing that. To be open and honest here, and I've talked about this a lot, I've always treated my channel kind of like a diary for myself, which is why I just talk about so much different nonsense and so many things that I know a lot of people don't give a fuck about, but some of it's fun for me to talk about, or some of it's just things I care about. So being totally honest, I used to treat the internet as an escape from my dog shit real life. Truly unhappy, really hated most of everything about myself, and the internet was my escape from it. But now it's really become that real life is the escapism for me now. Like, I love posting and creating things, but I don't like interacting with the internet around me anymore. And it's something that I started to realize a couple months ago, and I've talked about it on stream a little bit, how because I've covered so many like drama stories and everything, it's pretty much all that I ever get told about when I'm streaming, and it's become such a massive headache. And it's just,
bro, what the fuck? Him and MAGA Male both coming out being like, I hate drama. That's crazy.
Just constant negativity that I'm fully flooded with, like at all hours. Like, I am in like this human centipede of eating someone's ass while having.
Do you feel like this? I think I'm a little bit more hardened to this because my expectation is that every day I log on and there's going to be people, both lovers and haters of mine, that are going to tell me to suck shit and kill myself, which happens anyway. So I think like I'm used to it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what my expectation is. So like, for example, the past couple of weeks where people have been like, hey, I know I used to say you suck shit and you should kill yourself, but I think you were right on a lot of this stuff. When I hear that, I'm like, oh, great. That's positive. You know what I mean? I'm so used to getting an uninterrupted, like, genuine, what's the word for it? Like a faucet of hatred directed in my direction at any fucking point throughout the day, that whenever someone is actually nice to me, like an onslaught, a bombardment, a deluge, yes, that is the word I was thinking of. Whenever people cut through that and go, you know, you've actually changed my mind on this, like, I welcome that, and it actually shocks me. But ultimately, it is something that I expect. It's something that I expect, and I do receive it on a daily basis. It hasn't been as bad recently. It has not been as bad recently for the past month or so, I would say, but it is unimaginably toxic on a daily basis, and that's just my expectation of it, especially because I'm not just talking about quote-unquote drama, I'm talking about politics. You know what I mean? So that's even worse than just drama. This is shit that people believe basically from birth for the most part, and they associate it with their identities. They associate it with their very existence. So for a lot of people, when they hear someone go against their worldview, in such an impassioned way, like myself, they turn around and go, I hate everything this person stands for. I want to kill this person. So ultimately, like I said, I kind of understand the hatred because everyone's lives kind of sucks shit. And I'm a very accessible vector for hate. So for that reason, I receive a lot of attacks. But having said that, you know, I think it's worth it at the end of the day. If I can change like the minds of, I don't know, 20 people, 30 people, 1,000 people, then it's all worth it at the end of the day.
Having my ass eaten with even more things that I'm being demanded to like talk about, where everything just feels like a lose-lose, and it has been for like the last 6 or 8 months, I feel, where if I talk about something, it's a problem. Even if something is cut and dry as like Cody Ko having sex with a 17-year-old being bad, I caught a lot of shit for that too. I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't see that, but man, the amount of emails I got and a lot of the things I was seeing, even something as cut and dry as that was an issue when I talked about it. And then if I don't talk about something, or if I don't talk about something fast enough in the time that some people think is appropriate, I'm then accused of covering up for something for an ulterior evil motive. So it just really feels like a rock and a hard place where regardless, it's just going to be a massive flood of negativity. And a huge critique of me that I've always seen is Charlie's a fence sitter. He's just a fucking fence sitting enlightened centrist cuck, this and that. And I've always said for the entire time I've been on the internet, I'm not special. I'm literally just a normal guy who...
Listen. Charlie apology form. Give it to me. I'm writing it. Okay? Apology form template. Rajon Rondo apology form. Paul George apology form. Okay. Paul George apology form. Open image, new tab. Okay. Paint. How do I open it? Okay, listen. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, man. I'm gonna fucking do it. Wait, what the fuck? Why isn't this working? How the fuck? Oh, God, I can't do it. Here's a blank one. Okay, save image as. Put it in here. Okay. 2. Moist. From Haas. Okay, date 7/31. Okay. 7/31. Reason for behavior. The media convinced me you were a centrist. That's a click. I'm clicking on that. Okay. What do I miss? The media convinced me you were a centrist. I miss balling with you. This is so dumb. I was jealous of your hair. Okay, that's another one. I'm checking that. Okay, hold on. I was jealous of your hair. I don't watch your actual streams. Okay, here's the streams. I don't know YouTube commentary. And then Mercury was in Gatorade. Okay, there you go. I will hereby respect Moist Critical, in parentheses, Penguinzo, and I will not talk down to the future first ballot Hall of Famer. Okay? That's right. I was jealous of hair. Use this pic. I don't know how to like put his pic on there. Like without. Maybe I could just copy it and then paste it like this. There you go. Please make the text bigger. No, we're just saving this and we're pumping it. Sometimes you just got to be honest about it, okay? Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. It's done.
Who got very lucky. I just sit here, joke about shit, talk about my opinion on things, and nothing else. I don't have a unique perspective on things. I don't have deep insight into the vicissitudes of certain things. I am literally just a guy who yaps, has some fun, talks about shit, does some wacky stuff as well, and that's it. It's just not that deep. But because everything is so inflammatory and charged online, it's being perceived in the last, I'd say like the last 2 years, it's really popped off as me making deliberate attempts to appease both sides and play right down the middle to soak up as much as possible. Like it's all this like nefarious scheme where I'm doing this with my hands. And I just don't understand how it's become so incendiary where that's apparently like a really bad thing now. My opinion is not special, and my opinion isn't one that's pandering to any sides or catering to anything. It's literally just whatever's up here. I sit down for like 30 to 45 minutes on like a topic or like a video that I'm joking around about, and I talk about it. I am legitimately just an average, well, below average height guy who's about to turn 30. I'm not just spitting hot takes out the wazoo here. I'm just being myself. That's all this channel ever has been. And now it's become super controversial to do that if it's not like, you know,
are you still good with Charlie?
On
yeah.
Everything, it seems. And it's very frustrating. For the longest time, it was just me having fun. And for the most part, it still is. But I've started to recognize over the last few months that some of the things I do just really aren't fun for me to do, and I've been doing them out of obligation. Mainly internet drama. When I initially started covering drama so many years ago now, it was fun, because it wasn't as serious. Like, the stories were a lot, you know, more quirky. It was easy to get invested because it was kind of just like a soap opera, like a really dumb soap opera. But
man, he's a centrist hack, and I don't care if he's real him or not for money amount. Bro, the centrist hack that you're talking about just came out in front of 15.7 million subscribers and advocated for trans medical care, an issue that like is so dramatically like it will literally capture the anger and resentment of every single right winger. Like, what are you talking about? This shit has almost 1 million views in an hour. Like, it's gonna get worse. So many lefties with this mentality the last 24 hours, sad to see. Yeah. Y'all are fucking nutty. That's why I said I apologize. Because, like, honestly, there's a couple issues where, I would say where, like, if you actually fucking put out a stance, like a legitimate stance in defense of, like, certain groups, back in the day, that was Palestine and trans people. Now it's a little bit more mainstream to be, like, pro-Palestine, which is crazy to even say, right? There's still a lot of, like, financial and career repercussions, but, like, coming out and just, like, defending trans people when they make up, like, such a minuscule percentage of the population, with most of the American population thinking that they're just, like, weird and abnormal, and then most of the people who hate trans people that are far beyond the normal way of, like, analyzing trans people, but literally taking it to a level where they would, like, try to kill you, is still very much, in my opinion, a brave thing to do, especially when your content has basically garnered the attention of both right-wing people and left-wing people. You know what I mean? Yeah, people forget Dylan Mulvaney was the most wanted individual for months.
Recently, it's been much more serious, and I feel the need to talk about.
Nobody would try to kill you. You should know better. Fiat, what? I'm exaggerating. Like, people won't. I mean, that's actually kind of funny that you're saying that to me. No, people do try to kill me, actually. What are we talking about? No, I get a lot of death threats, some of which are from transphobes. So, you know, so no, you're wrong, actually. I don't know why I was about to fucking cave on that.
About these things, because a lot of them are extremely serious with very important topics to discuss. But it has become draining. As much as I never wanted to admit it, I've started to recognize that my mood is immediately impacted by whatever I read on Twitter.
Do you get scared by those? Fuck no. Also, this is a very important point. Okay? This is a very important point. He's talking about how his mood gets impacted by what he reads on Twitter.
In the morning. If that's some horrible stuff about a creator or what have you, it immediately affects my entire day and my whole outlook on the day.
This is why I got off Twitter on my phone, straight up.
I know, call the wambulance, get some French cries, just fucking whining about having to talk about drama. What a stupid problem to be upset about. But I'm just trying to explain that it hasn't been as fun recently. It hasn't. And the main thing, if you've been around the channel,
because his right wing is shit. That's why.
For a while, is I've always wanted this to be fun and never feel like a job. And as hard as it is for me to admit this, a lot of this kind of stuff, it has just started to feel like less fun and more of, well, gotta do this because I'm expected to. Like, anytime I go live, most of chat is just telling me about the latest in whatever's happening in the creator space or some other, like, extremely negative thing going on. And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to have to learn all about that once I turn stream off. So then I spend a few hours learning about these things, and it's all just really upsetting stuff. Like, it's not happy. It's all very sad, bad stuff. And it's been making me...
None of these motherfuckers ever listen to me, including Ludwig, but this is literally because of Twitter. Because we place a lot of emphasis on what we see on Twitter, because we think that, like, it is not 4chan, but basically normalized. We think, like, that's, you know, that's the everything app, you know, everything happens here on Twitter. That's what we think. That's not the case anymore. I'm telling you, for my mental health, it was so much better. So much better. I'm extremely online. I'm online every goddamn day. Nonstop. You know this, okay? But for my mental, It was significantly better not to be like so tapped in, so invested in whatever fucking content creator is getting like canceled or whatever on a daily basis. And half the time it was me. I was the one who was getting fucking. Half the time it was me. I was the one who was getting canceled for some shit I didn't even say.
Not happy. So I definitely think I'll be slowing down on covering internet-related drama or like drama in general. I'll still talk about like really wacky stories and shit like that, but I definitely think I'm gonna be pumping the brakes on like the kind of drama I have been covering recently. And instead, I'm gonna go back to focusing on the content that I'm most happy with. Like, if you ask me what content I'm most proud of throughout my entire time on this platform for the last, like, 17, 18 years, none of it would be drama coverage. It'd be things like Skynut. It'd be things like shooting a potato at a tennis racket to see if you can make french fries in midair by frying them in hot oil. It's shit like that. And I think I'm going to go back to that kind of stuff as opposed to the direction that I have been going recently. So, yeah, this was a lot to go over here, but I hope this has cleared everything up. And yeah, that's really about.
He's realizing after stepping into it once how many freaks attracted when it comes up. Yes, that's literally what it is. People are fucking nutso, dude. Especially when like these guys cover drama quite a bit. But once you get that fucking drama pill, once you get into the drama, especially drama that pertains to like trans people or especially drama that pertains to like a beloved right-wing figure, for example, they will literally immediately turn around and be like, well, there's this left-wing adjacent figure that was also caught. Why aren't you covering it? Because for them, it has nothing to do with like the actual issue. It has nothing to do with protecting the children or anything like that. It's just a way to score points in their fucking minds. And these guys are so goddamn parasitic. They just like latch on and just eat away at your fucking soul every goddamn day. Okay? That's what I warned Asmongold about too. You said Asmon's about to learn this? Yeah, I mean, as long as you stay like center right, it won't really hurt you that much. But like, he will lose a lot of his like core fan base that are liberals or leftists who are like, what the fuck's going on? But it is really shitty. It is really shitty. I mean, it happened to Nick Merckx. Like, look at Nick Merckx, bro. We talked about it. Look at Nick Merckx. He used to play fucking COD. And now he's over here doing like the latest and greatest in fucking trans content. Anyway, let's watch a Nick Merckx vid, please. I don't want to watch it on my own. I know chat doesn't either. Then why are we watching it? Even if those parasites accept you, they won't accept you. Exactly. That's the other part of it. They will inevitably move on when the drama runs dry or when they feel like you can be in the crosshairs too. Because for a lot of these people, they're not like real fans or whatever. They're just there for the blood. Okay, they're there for the drama. They're there for the bloodshed. They're not there for the unique content that you're presenting. Now, many people might say that for me as well. Okay, and to those people, I say, that's not what I'm about. I have a very open, personal, political viewpoint, and I talk about that pretty openly and have since day fucking one. Anyway, I'm gonna run the last 3-minute ad break here. My goal is to do more content and more coverage beyond just like
show advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.